Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in a minute. Anybody who is in person, Nick, you can sit there because you're number one. Anybody who's in person, please go see Mike. We know that it's snowing outside and we're sending some of our staff home, so we want to get you guys up and going. So we might be able to shut down here at the building and make sure people can get home safe. And it's a little quiet in here. I'm not sure this is a housing public hearing or not. But I'm not going to reiterate the rules. Today is a good day to have a good day, and the only rule I will reiterate is, please, from our side, if your question must be preceded with a 2-minute speech, ask it in an email. We have the emails of all the speakers. First speaker is Nick Cantor from Pro Homes Connecticut. Yes.
Thank you. Honorable co-chairs, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, Vice Chair, Senator Gaston, and Representative Roberts, and ranking members, Senator Sampson and Representative Scott, and the entirety of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony in support of SB 339, an act allowing long-term rental of bedrooms in single-family homes as of right. My name is Nick Cantor, and I'm the Program Director of Pro Homes Connecticut, formerly Desegregate Connecticut, a Pro Homes coalition of neighbors and nonprofits and a program of the Regional Plan Association. We are dedicated to creating a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Connecticut through land use reform at the local, regional, and state levels. I'm here to testify in strong support of what we've been calling the Golden Girls Bill, after the iconic 1980s sitcom with 4 adults living together. Connecticut is currently grappling with a housing shortage that threatens our economic stability and the dignity of our residents. At its heart is a fundamental mismatch. Too many of our seniors on fixed incomes are struggling to maintain big, empty, single-family homes. Too many first-time home buyers can't afford to buy because of significant monthly payments at high interest rates. And too many young people and single adults can't find an affordable place to rent near their jobs and family. Luckily, there's a simple, free solution for Connecticut to unlock near-term supply. Make it easier to rent a bedroom for long-term rent in a single-family home. Currently, 28% of seniors in the state live alone, and nearly 40% of seniors in Connecticut are housing cost burden. According to a 2024 survey by AARP, 3 out of 4 American adults want to stay in their home or community as they age, but fewer than half believe they'll be able to do so. At the same time, the average age of the first-time home buyer has reached 38, and the average cost of buying and renting is at an all-time high. However, we've made it difficult for one of the easiest solutions, renting a bedroom in a single-family home. Today in Connecticut, there's no uniform standard for renting a bedroom. Some towns and cities allow it, but often require multiple permits or limit where it can be. Many towns do not allow it at all. This lack of standardization means some people can do this while others can't. It also means that it's harder for homeowners and potential home renters to navigate this arbitrary system. It's important to clarify that many towns allow border house, meaning a full house that can be rented out to tenants, but that's not the intention of this bill. This bill is backed by national and state chapters of AARP, and many states, including New Hampshire, Colorado, Oregon, have passed similar laws. Pennsylvania is on the verge of doing so, all in a bipartisan manner. SB 339 will enable all single-family homeowners to rent out up to 3 bedrooms in their home across the state, as long as they also live full-time in the house, still require adherence to health and safety standards, including fire and building codes when considering the number of residents, and avoid onerous requirements and approvals needing to be able to do this. By passing this legislation, we can unlock unused bedrooms currently sitting empty across our state because of these arbitrary restrictions. This allows homeowners, particularly those on fixed incomes, to generate extra income they need to stay in their homes while providing more affordable housing to others, all without a single dollar of taxpayer subsidy. Thank you for being a friend.
Thanks, Nick. Any questions from members? Representative Corpus.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. My town currently allows this for up to 2 people, 2 bedrooms versus a 3. So I was just curious about how the number 3 was arrived and how you think about parking for these additional Golden Girls who are moving in. Thank
Yeah.
you. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Representative. A couple of things there. We looked at a bunch of towns across the state and sort of seen what we're getting at. Three bedrooms seems to be a good number to make it economically feasible. In some ways you may not want to do it up to 3. The delta here is a lot of towns do it by number of people versus just the bedrooms. So we want to make it number of bedrooms, which is clearly defined in the building code of how many people you can have within a room. And then the parking applies as it would today in a home. If you have X number of bedrooms, you need to have X number of parking for your for your house, for your home, for people who live there today. So the same building codes that apply to parking today would apply in the future.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, but if it's a total family now and there are kids in those bedrooms, for example, they might not require another parking place, whereas self-sufficient adults living together in that community might. So that was the genesis of my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that we're looking at this is it also could be that those kids need a car because they're all in high school or in college, so the maximum capacity of the house allows for that. So why would we arbitrarily cut that off? You know, a lot of these people who are looking at home sharing are also looking to cut costs in many different ways. That also mean maybe sharing a vehicle instead of having their own vehicle in the home. So you're seeing that pattern happening across the state and across people as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I have one, Representative Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. My concern with this is just really about the safety, right? Safety of the people living there, specifically fire and egress. You know, we have multiple people. It's not designed to have multiple family living there. Why don't you just comment on that? Thank you.
Well, I would reject the premise in the sense that current fire and safety standards still apply, whether you have a 12-year-old living in that room or whether you have a 28-year-old living in that room. So this bill does not try to supersede that. Towns have the ability to set the building codes, and that wouldn't change under this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Cantor, the good ranking member and I were debating whether or not we should ask this question. I decided I'm going to ask it anyway. Between Senator Marks, myself, Representative Scott, and Senator Sampson, who's who in the Golden Girls?
I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth on that one.
Nice quick answer. Seeing no other questions, Nick, we appreciate you.
Thank you all.
I know that some folks walked in after I gave my opening. Anybody who's here to testify in person, can you please go see Mike? We're going to get in-person people out of here quick to make sure you can get through the snow. Lisa Andrews, I see you. I'm going to call you next. I know we got a few folks waiting online. You guys are just to wait for a little bit.
Yeah.
Representative Scott and members of the committee. My name is Liza Andrews. I'm the Vice President of Government and Public Relations for the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. I'm asking for your support of House Bill 5360, which is intended to mitigate the impact of low credit scores on survivors of domestic violence who are entering rental leases. The General Assembly has taken great steps in recent years to modernize our state laws to reflect the realities of domestic violence. You have gone to great lengths to truly understand what is at the heart of domestic violence, which is coercive control. And one of the most powerful tools of coercive control of the way that abusers make their victims entirely dependent on them is financial abuse. Abusive partners may take out credit in their name, refuse to pay bills, destroy property, and deliberately sabotage a survivor's housing record as a form of continued control. This type of abuse limits the locations and types of housing that survivors can access as they try to build an independent and financially stable life. Access to safe, stable housing is one of the strongest predictors of long-term safety for survivors and their children, yet poor credit scores can linger with survivors for years after leaving an abusive relationship. When landlords rely heavily on the credit scores in the screening process, survivors are disproportionately excluded from housing opportunities at a time when safety depends on relocation. This policy acknowledges that survivors' credit scores frequently reflect abuse-related impacts rather than tenant reliability. It does not restrict a landlord's ability to look at other key indicators of ability to pay rent, such as job stability or adequate income. I've read some of the testimony from landlords opposing the bill who say they want to help survivors, and I believe they do. Some say they are concerned with the proof required and their ability to ensure the applicant is truly a survivor if they are to be granted the exception provided under this proposal. Under the proposed bill, survivors must provide one of three forms of documentation. It's a letter from a statutorily defined domestic or sexual violence counselor, a HUD-certified housing counselor, or an attorney representing the applicant. So those definitions are clear, and they are limiting as to who can attest to the victimization. And further, we would be happy if the committee leadership thought it was appropriate to say those certified domestic or sexual violence counselors had to be on a list promulgated by the Department of Housing. We could work with them on that list. The other two forms of proof are a police report or a court-issued order of protection that's in effect at the time of the screening process. So I think those are the only allowable forms of proof. We don't even have, including but not limited to in the language. Like, those are the three forms of proof that an applicant would have to provide. So we do think it's limited, it's clear, and they are all from reputable sources. And overall, I just do believe that the bill will not impact the majority of renters. But for those who it does, it will make a huge difference. So I ask for your support, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Wow, that was perfectly on time. Any questions from members? Seeing none, thank you for your time. I'm just going to look through the in-person folks, and if you're not here, don't worry. We'll get to you eventually. Is Brian Mezek here? Seeing that Brian Mezek is not here, we will go and see if we have been using our powers here on the Housing Committee for good. We'll be told that by Rafi Podolsky. Rafi, you're up.
We're already on 15?
No.
I hope they don't start the clock until I have a chance to say hello here. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to be up this early. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer and policy advocate for the legal aid programs. I've submitted written testimony on 14 bills, most of which I'm sorry to say we oppose. I will speak on just a few of them now. I'd be pleased to respond to questions on any of them. First, we oppose Senate Bill 337, which will result in many tenants who fail to vacate in the final stages of an eviction losing not just their housing, but also all their possessions. That is because it forces them to get them back directly from the landlord, who's likely to resist returning them, no matter what the law says. The town plays an essential role in the late stages of an eviction and has since at least 1895. Is the neutral entity that holds the tenant possessions and with which the tenant deals to reclaim them. Most tenants who lose an eviction vacate on their own. Tenants who do not vacate before the marshal comes with the truck are usually the least able of tenants. They are the ones with no way to move, nowhere to move to, no understanding of the process. Under this bill, they're likely to lose everything. Second, we oppose House Bill 5367, which would allow a landlord to skip the eviction process and get the police to remove an occupant based on a landlord affidavit that the occupant is unauthorized. The bill repeatedly confuses the concepts of unlawful and unauthorized. While it may be intended to deal with squatters, it will instead be used to try to skip the eviction process for any occupant that the landlord claims he does not know about. Police already deal under existing law with people who break into a building. This bill, however, will be misused against people who live in a building, which is not the same thing. The proper remedy is eviction in which a decision can be made by a judge. Third, we oppose Senate Bill 333, which would override Connecticut's 2-month maximum security deposit by allowing the tenant to, quote, offer to pay more. Applicants don't offer to pay more unless the landlord says, I won't rent to you unless you pay more. This is not a voluntary offer, but a demand from the landlord. It should be rejected. Finally, we oppose almost all of the bills the committee has raised dealing with 8-30G. I think it's important to be said that we need to stop talking about 8-30G as a law that needs to be fixed. It is, in fact, our most important zoning law for generating long-term affordable housing in suburban communities, and it actually works. If anything, it should be strengthened, not weakened. All of the bills raised by the committee in one way or another would weaken 8-30G. We therefore oppose them. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for calling me so soon, even though I was surprised.
Thank you, Mr. Podolsky. Any questions? Representative Gonzalez.
Good morning, Pataska. How you
Good morning.
doing? How long you been here?
I'm sorry?
How long you been coming to this building? How long? For how long?
Can we just say many, many years?
Many, many, many years. Okay. I think you enjoy that, huh? Yeah, I got questions on the bill 5367.
Okay, I expected that.
Okay. Now, do you know? Do you have any knowledge about State Statute 53A-107? There's
I think so. Is that the trespass law?
yes.
Yeah, okay, yes.
So, in this bill, a squatter bill, and as far as I know, squatter, they don't have no right. Because squatter is a person that really gets in a property without any permission, without any contract. That for me is a squatter. And in my opinion, squatter, that they don't have no permission to get into a building, they don't have no right. Because what they are doing is, in a way, is 53A-107. That's criminal trespass. And if we, in a way, it's like voting, voting for this bill like it is right now, and what you're saying that they have right, in a way, it's kind of ignoring that kind of law, 53A-107. So if we have that in the books, if we really believe that this is wrong, so why are you saying that they have, it's not right for us to get rid of a squatter without going into the eviction process? It's no eviction process in there. It's not a tenant. So I haven't signed any kind of document. They don't have no kind of permission. And that I really believe, and I've been reading and I've been thinking about all of this, and I'm saying, yes, we're supposed to protect people that need help. I understand that because I came from there. Okay, so I can identify myself when people really need help. When they got problems, no job, pay no rent, or whatever. But that doesn't mean that you have problems, financial problems, that you're gonna break into whatever property is around you. That doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. There are other ways so you can get help, you can look for help, instead of breaking in and getting into a property that the landlord is paying for the mortgage, the insurance, everything is covered by the landlord. Now, I have to deal with a squatter, and then now if I want to get rid of that squatter, then I'm obligated to hire a lawyer, spend money to get a squatter out of my property that in reality, they don't have no kind of rights. And I understand that we have to, help people, but to what extreme? So where my rights end and when the rights of a squatter, begins? Where is my right? So we're going to take care of a person that is a squatter that have no right against a landlord that in reality is the responsible of that property. I think, and again, I think that people have to respect, what does not belong to you, what is not yours. You have to respect that. And passing the law saying that the squatter has a right, that giving the opportunity to any squatter to get into any kind of property. And then the landlord end up with a lot of bills.
Representative,
I don't think
mean to interrupt.
I
Do
don't
you have a
think that is
question?
right. That my question is, why do you think that they have to go through the eviction process? And I did say that from the beginning. Why we have to go through the eviction process?
Okay, let me try to answer the question. The first thing is, I'm actually glad you cited Section 53-107, which I did not put in my testimony. That is a bill that deals with squatters. It's a law that we already have. If the complaint is it's not enforced, then we should look at enforcing it. But the problem with this bill is this is not a bill about squatters. No matter how many times it is said this is a squatter bill, this is about what are called unauthorized occupants. Let me just give you an example of under the law what an unauthorized occupant is. You sign a lease. I'm a tenant. I sign a lease. The lease says, I am writing the names in this lease of the people who are authorized to live here. You, me, that's it. My girlfriend moves in, and she moves in with her kid, and she lives with me. She is an unauthorized occupant, but she is covered by this bill. The point is, this bill is way, way, way broader than what is covered by trespass. And the reality is that police deal with squatters in buildings all the time. They find people sleeping on the floors, they find people who've clearly broken into buildings, and they tell them either get out or we're arresting you. That's the status quo. You do not need a bill to accomplish that. What this bill does is it suggests to a landlord, if you don't know who the person is, they are unauthorized, then you don't need to bring an eviction. All you need to do is swear that you don't know who they are and go to a police and tell the police to arrest these people or get them out. That is, in fact, the way this bill is going to be used in real life and in practice. It is not going to be used for what you want it to be used for, because the existing statute can already be used for that. This is going to be used for other purposes, and it's going to be used that way because of a misunderstanding about what the words themselves mean. And people misuse, landlords and tenants both, misuse these words all the time. They think that if something's unauthorized, it's illegal, it's a crime. It is not a crime. It may or may not be the breach of a lease. There may or may not be a written lease. In low-income communities like yours and mine, many, many tenants occupy under oral leases, so they don't have any pieces of paper, plus you don't carry your lease around with you in general. The notion that because when we already have a law that deals with trespassing, and we're now going to adopt a law that's obviously intended to add to that. What's the law about? The law about says we need more than what we have under the existing statute. It is clearly intended to apply to more than trespassers. And so I can, as someone who deals with the low-income community, I can look ahead and see this is going to be misused. So I absolutely disagree with your statement that what I'm here to do is to defend the rights of squatters. I am not defending the rights of squatters. I'm not in favor of people squatting. But we already have a law that deals with squatting. There may be times there are disagreements with the police as to whether they're properly enforcing it or not, and those should be dealt in that manner. This bill, which is what's in front of us, not some other proposal, this bill is going to create far more problems than it would solve. Far more, and it's going to induce landlords unintentionally, thinking that they're complying with the law, to be putting pressure on the police to arrest people just because the landlord doesn't happen to know who's living in the building. I know that you had an experience, and your experience was an example of something that was indeed covered by the existing law and should have been, and I believe in the end was, but should have been promptly handled by the police. And so I just think that we need to take a step back and recognize that the intent of a bill is not what the legislature adopts. It's relevant, but it's not what it adopts. What it adopts is the language and the wording of the bill. And this bill does not function in the proper way. I just think there would be all sorts of problems if this became law.
So you said that unauthorized tenant, unauthorized. You just said it, unauthorized. So you're saying that if I'm living in an apartment and I bring my sister, I move, and my sister stay in that apartment, right? That's an authorized person.
From the landlord's perspective, it may be. It depends on what the agreement was. If the landlord did not require that, for example, if there's no agreement that says the landlord has to approve anybody who lives there, then they're not unauthorized at all. They may be unknown to the landlord, but they're not unauthorized. It's the tenant who controls the apartment, not the landlord.
if it is unknown to the landlord, that means that that person from the beginning was not in the lease, and that's an authorized person, and that person shouldn't stay there.
The-
If the person decide the contract, move, take whatever you bring with you, because that person is an authorized person. So I believe that that's wrong and that's illegal.
Okay, that is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mr. Podolsky,
That-
I don't mean to
Oh,
interrupt
I'm
either of
sorry.
you. Can we just go through the chair? I understand that we're going back and forth. Can we just go through the chair, ask our questions,
Yeah,
and then
I-
get back and forth? Continue.
Okay, Mr.
I
Chair.
apologize.
Apologize. Okay. And the other one, you said the oral lease. If I am, let's say that I break in and somebody call the cops. If I don't have a lease with me, people have to learn how to defend themselves. And if you're gonna move in, and let's say that you have maybe because the landlord allow you to stay, I think that you can be that stupid to move into an apartment with nothing, any contract or nothing signed by the landlord. And this is an excuse, that's an excuse to protect these people that they are unauthorized or they get into an apartment without having any contract just because I don't have a place to stay or just because I feel like it, that I think that I'm entitled to do that. The squatter bill, in my opinion, we need that. Because one way or the other, we have to resolve the problem without causing any more problems to the landlord. And I'm going to make my last comment on this. We know that now housing is a problem. We're trying to help everybody, which is fine. Let's help people that they need help. But not helping people on the expenses of others. And I think that should be very clear. Not helping people on the expenses of others. Because it's a perception out there. It's a perception out there, Mr. Pulaski, that when you say landlord, all the landlords are bad. All the landlords are white bad people. But people forgot that we have landlords in the Latino community, we have landlords in the African American community. We got the goods and the bads. We have it all. But it's a perception when you deal with housing, this is because white landlords, they are bad. And the thing is, it's not about that, Mr. Pulaski. It's about respecting each other's and respecting other properties. When it's not your property, don't. And if you're unauthorized, say you move with me and you are an authorized person, the right thing to do is when I move, you come with me. You don't stay because you didn't sign any contract. That's illegal. And I think that, my opinion, people have to go after that because I don't think it's right. We have to help, yes, the tenant, but we also have to help the landlords. It gotta be just one side and just don't look at the other side. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Corpus.
Thank you, and thank you for testifying. Your comments regarding 830G and the fact that there are fixes to help 830G become a more workable law in here, that you oppose those. So my question is, we are now living in the post-HB 8002 world as of November of 2025. And can you explain how that is even working as it stands now with 830G? For example, every town is going to have to make its own municipal housing growth plan. So I have one town that's under 10% of 830G and one city that's over 10% for purposes of 830G. The town that's under 10% is sitting and trying to make a municipal housing growth plan. How can it factor in 830G applications into its own plan when 830G provides that that developers have as-of-right development? There's no way to predict how those are going to come through, in what quantity those are going to come through. So if you could speak to that, because I don't see as we sit here today how those two superstructures this legislature has now imposed on towns even work together, much less to expand 830G. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me try to answer. The 8-30G is unique. and it works in a very different way. And you're right, they are two very different structures. 8-30G is not intended to be sort of the overriding solution to housing issues. 8-30G works when there's someone who actually wants to build something. And so it's fundamentally different from sort of I guess what I'd call a planning structure, where the town wants to plan things out as to where they're going to go. A plan does not necessarily mean you actually have housing, but it means you're setting a structure in place. 8-30G works off of a circumstance in which there is a builder who proposes to build something. It focuses itself on those communities that have a relatively small amount of government-assisted or long-term affordable deed-restricted housing. That's what it's about. It's not about the other communities. The planning that goes on a long-term basis should be taking into consideration where a town would most like to see a development that might come in through 8-30G. One of the realities of the process is that towns kind of put their back up and don't want anything. And the remedy for that is to make it possible when someone is prepared to actually build something that they have an effective way to do it. But the price that builder pays, in a sense, is they must impose 40 years of affordability on almost a third of the units. If the builder is not willing to pay that price and put long-term affordability into their proposal, they don't get to use the proposal. So it's not like a builder can walk in and say, gee, I could make a lot of money by building something right here, and I don't care where the town wants it. Because if they're not going to make the commitment to long-term affordability, they can't use the statute. And the statute is written that way on purpose, so a very important social benefit comes from allowing a builder to do that. The statute is written also broadly to give real grounds for the town to object. Not just health and safety, but the statute says health, safety, or any other reason within the power of a zoning commission. So that's there. I mean, there are a lot of things written into 8-30G that include what I guess I would call balancing aspects. But a plan does not necessarily mean you're going to get housing, and it may not mean you're going to get housing for years and years and years. I mean, it's the way they blend together, or they ought to, is the town should see as part of its plan an anticipation of where you might be able to find builders who would build what the town wants in the places that the town wants them to build. And when that happens, because of the way 8-30G works, there is every incentive on the builder to work cooperatively with the town. I mean, one of the things we've learned is for builders, it's very expensive to fight a town. So there have been many, I think there'll be other witnesses later on, where there have been what they call friendly 8-30Gs, where 8-30G becomes a vehicle by which something is worked out with the town who wanted nothing, who wanted zero, did not want any long-term affordability, did not want any density, which is really what 8-30G is also about, where they work something out that is acceptable. And there are plenty of cases where towns have bragged about the 8-30G projects that they didn't want and ended up having either through litigation or through negotiation. That's the way they do it, and that's the way they should do it. And it seems to me the planning departments in those towns ought to be reaching out. One of the things I've suggested to people, others, not just me, is that in terms of, for example, getting to a moratorium, it is advantageous to the town to have nonprofit housing developers, because they're going to build 100% affordable units. So that it's not a 30-70 development, it's 100% development. Why don't they go out and look for those developers and pick out spots through their planning process that you've described from 8002? Pick out spots where they think it would be good that those developers could build, and essentially invite them to do it. Why wait for a private builder to come in under 8-30G? The reality is a lot of those towns don't want any real kind of development. Some towns don't want they don't want housing for rich people either. They don't want housing. And the state policy is that's not acceptable. And the zoning, the State Zoning Act says it's not acceptable because 8-30G is really one form of enforcement, private enforcement of the State Zoning Enabling Act. So I don't know if that answers, but I guess what I would really like is for people to move their mindset of, like, how are the ways that we can get around 8-30G? Could we fiddle with the statute here? Could we fiddle with it there? Maybe this will have a bigger impact against 8-30G than anticipated. Instead of asking the question, how can we bring in now, not 5, 10, 15 years down the road, how can we bring in more housing, and how can we make sure that housing is not all for the upper end of the income spectrum, but that it also includes people close to the bottom end. It's a motivation thing. I really believe that if towns want to do it, they can do it in a way that works for them. It's the towns that don't want it, period, that end up in this conflict with the builders.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I come from a town that very much wants to do it, and I was at an open door ceremony for 4 families that were moving into our affordable housing communities in the town of Greenwich. But I guess we agree on more than I thought, because I think I heard you said that 830G, the way it's drafted, 10% as a percentage of total housing, is a impossible to reach threshold, or very difficult to reach, because the denominator always increases when the numerator increases. So I think the proposal in here to fix that, or look into fixing that at a fixed 10%, would have the motivating effect that you described. And the second thing I heard you say that I agree with is that, that the builders under 830G are really, hoping that they're going to build where the town wants them to build, is really the problem with 830G in and of itself. They don't have any, or they have a very low bar as far as what they need to say and do for the town's planning and zoning in order to build a structure. And I see those two in very great conflict. The town is going to say, here's where we think affordable housing makes sense, and the builders, that's under 8002, and the builders under 830G, it's a hope and a prayer, but they're not bound at all. And I think that's the key reason why 830G doesn't work from a local control perspective. So I'm finished with my comments. If you wanted to comment, through you, Mr. Chair, but to me, the nexus of the two bills is not working at all.
Well,
Mr. Podolsky.
I actually believe it will work, but the towns need to actively move forward. 8-30G is still out there. It's essential because it does become a motivator for towns to make efforts. But I think it can be done in a way. I think towns can make it work for themselves if they do it in a way that encourages development rather than discourages development. Maybe just leave it at that. I'm happy to talk offline with you if you would like.
Any other questions from members? Very quickly, Rafi, and I'm not going to violate my own rule by giving too much of a speech before I ask my question, but I will say, I agree with you for the most part that 830G is a good thing. I don't know if I agree if it's a perfect thing. And what I think we're trying to do here, as somebody who's helped craft at least some of this, is try to figure out how to make it work for folks. And I know that we have only had the moratorium since, I think, 2008. And we're in a position where this tiered deed restriction is kind of a new thing. But I wanted to ask you about it, is specifically in terms of things like maybe making elderly units 25-year deed restricted rather than 40-year deed restricted, because I think that would give people the opportunity, especially for naturally occurring affordable housing, to maybe put some deed restriction but not have it for quite too long, maybe give them a little bit more incentive to opt into doing some sort of deed restriction. Just your thoughts on why tiered deed restriction would or would not work.
Well, I guess part of what I'd say is it's interesting to look back at the history of the statute, because when the statute was adopted in 1989, it had an across-the-board 20-year deed restriction requirement. It was for government-assisted housing, which is assumed, government-assisted is sort of assumed that it's housing sort of in perpetuity. But privately built housing is not going to have routinely deed restrictions based on affordability. And it started with 20 years. And in the 1990s, there was a lot of opposition that both it also started with a 20% set aside. And there was a lot of opposition that it wasn't producing housing that had sufficient affordability. 8-30G is an affordability statute. I mean, it has multiple purposes, but a key one is that it's about affordability. And the conclusion then was that 20 years did not really provide a long enough time period. There are a lot of federal programs that use 20 years, and then after 20 years, it turns out that there's sort of a crisis, because the deed restriction for this goes back into the late 60s. The deed restriction runs out, and now all of a sudden you don't have any affordability. You've still got the housing, but you don't have any affordability in it anymore. And over the years, the year 2000 was the year this was settled on. It was pushed up to 40 years. And the theory was that 40 years was about the most that you could do and still have developers do development. But that it got both the town itself and sort of the public needs. It was a long enough period that it was as long a period as you could go without going too far. And my feeling is that there's been plenty, and the town's complained that there's too much 8-30G development. So it hasn't been the complaints that we've, certainly not from the towns, that that we can't get enough development because of the 40-year deed restriction. So I don't know, going to a longer period, I mean, maybe there's nothing magic about any precise number, but going to a shorter period, especially shortening the period from what it is now, and then using that as a way by which towns can escape their obligations to produce more housing that's long-term affordable. I just think it's going to backfire, and it's not going to become a way of doing more affordable housing. It's going to become a way of doing less, because for so many towns, the goal is not actually the housing; it's sort of the escape from 8-30G, and as long as that's the case, I just think ways are going to be found at the local level to use it for that purpose, and become a ground for resisting sort of the multifamily housing. You say, part of our experience with elderly housing is that one of the reasons the point structure for a moratorium gives less for elderly than for family is because many towns are quite willing to approve developments, including dense developments, for seniors, but they're not willing to approve apartment complexes for families. And so part of the moratorium, which is incentivized, is to say we give a lot more for a town in which family housing can be built at an affordable price. And so I guess maybe that's my answer, that I just think it points itself in the wrong direction.
My only follow-up question, and very briefly, I don't want to take up too much more of everyone's time, is, you said 2000 was when it became kind of the norm that 40 years would be the deed restriction. With how business-minded folks are when they're looking at acquiring, purchasing, or selling housing at this point, do you think that 40 years is still the limit that it was then, and where people will still be a part of it, or is it now become, because of how business-minded folks are, has it now become more of a barrier, and maybe a shorter deed restriction, not ridiculously shorter, right? You may be looking at knocking off 5-10 years. That wouldn't be a help in any situation?
I guess, I would think from the town perspective, it opens up more developers that would use 8-30G, which is something the towns haven't been looking for. But I think that it's a hard question to answer, because I suppose the answer is I don't know. It seems to me that it has worked with the 40 years and that it failed to work well when it was less than 40 years. So I agree with you that you can't just say, well, something didn't work well before, therefore it will never work in the future. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you get less of a product, because the product is that for 40 years, you get affordability in place. If you have a product that gets it in place for 20 years or 25 years, you have to assume that at the end of that period, that the affordability restrictions are gone. The housing is still there, but you can sort of expect that the rents are likely to jump. And you have to weigh that in deciding what's going to work best and what's not.
Yeah, thank you. I have no further questions. I wanted to have this conversation here. I think it's important for us to do this in front of folks. I think it's important to get your perspective. It's one that I certainly respect. But I do think that we may disagree on the perfection of 830G. However, I do think it's something we need to protect, we need to support. I know folks have been reaching out to some of us talking about defending 830G, and I agree. I just think that some of these things might not be as offensive as people may see them as. But we appreciate your time, and thank you for being with us, Mr. Podolsky. Next, we have Brian
Thank you.
Metzik.
Good morning, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, and other members of the Housing Committee. Good morning. It's good to be here. Nice to see you all. Thank you for your work here. I'm here to testify. I'm a Connecticut State Marshal. My name is Brian Metzik. I'm here to testify on the evicted tenant storage bill 337. I filed testimony on it. I won't repeat it. I want to come in here today on behalf of my members because I know so often the work of this committee is really there's landlord issues, there's tenant issues. I'm not on the landlord side, I'm not on the tenant side, I'm part of the process. So hopefully I can bring some unique perspective in here. I've sort of found over the years, even the attorneys that do the work for summary process, they don't even know what it's like to move someone out. It's a piece of paper that comes out of court. So no one's happy during that process. The landlord's not happy, the tenant's not happy, the marshal's not even really that happy to be there, but it's our job and we do it, and the municipality is involved as well. So one of the reasons I'm here is I want to make myself available to the committee about some of that process. But it seems to us that this proposal sort of has the veneer of a process, but really what it's going to effectively do is the tenant's going to lose all their stuff. And I can give you anecdotal information why that would happen. Either the process is going to be the tenant loses all their things immediately on day one, which has safety concerns for us. So what are we going to do? We're going to knock on the door. We're going to say, get out. And then they're going to be, how do I get my stuff back? So under the proposal of this bill, I guess it would envision the landlord being totally in control of the possessions, and I guess ostensibly inviting the tenant back in to come get the stuff. So I'm going, what are they going to do? They're going to come back in, they're going to jump back in their bed. I mean, I've done probably 1,000 residential moves. Not 1,000 eviction papers, 1,000 executions where we go there with 4 guys in a truck and we box it all up. And it's sometimes a chaotic process as it is. Our job is to bring order, legality, a peaceable nature to it. We often keep the landlord away for that reason. I've removed the landlord from the property during this process once because they brought chaos to the situation. I've removed people had to be arrested. I mean, it's sometimes a chaotic situation, and you know, it's tough for our members. We had in Stamford, one of my members, she probably could have died. There was a massive shootout in Stamford. The guy had pipe bombs in the house, and there was someone who killed inside the house. We don't know what we're walking into. So to create a process where we're just knocking on the door and say, get out and you got to get your stuff back from the landlord, those are two parties that are already in conflict. And I noticed, I wasn't able to read all the testimony on the bill, but there were a few pieces of testimony, interestingly, from the landlord saying, we don't want to do that, because there's a finality to it. So, you know, there's many different scenarios I could come up with, but what do you do with all the food in the refrigerator while it's being stored? Where are they going to put all this stuff? I don't think they want to get involved, and it seems to me that it would create a lot of legal liability on their part. The current process where we do it, they get finality. They get the apartment back in a couple hours, and they can re-rent it. And I'm here. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Messick. Any questions from members? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Brian, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate your testimony. I mean, it's very eye-opening. It's very enlightening. In all candor, I proposed this legislation, but not because I think this is the end-all, be-all, and what we put in the bill for today's hearing is what should happen. It's to start this conversation so we can figure out a solution. I've been approached by my municipal leaders in the towns I represent year after year about their difficulties dealing with the storage of these items and the process by which they've got to manage that and ultimately find finality for themselves, by getting rid of the stuff at the end of the day. And this is a cost passed on to property taxpayers. So the reason why this bill is here is not to push this as the solution. It is to find the solution. And I'm all ears. If you've got anything that can help find a resolution that limits the impact on municipalities and makes a cleaner break between the landlord and the tenant as far as these items. In my view, it's the tenant's responsibility to manage their own items. And that's kind of the perspective the bill is written from. But I do understand what you're saying, and I certainly do not want to create a greater imposition for either the tenant or the landlord in this case. What I want to do is find a solution that actually works for all the parties concerned without putting these, what I consider to be crazy requirements on the town. So through you, Mr. Chairman, have you got any recommendations how we can change the current law to improve it?
Mr. Metzik?
It's a delicate balance, Senator. It's a delicate balance, and I think about 15 years ago, there was some sort of grand compromise that gave a little relief to the towns. I mean, they used to have to send a truck to pick it off the curb. So now, the marshal, obviously the landlord has to pay for that, has to bring it in. But there's a finality. It's a neutral third party where it can go. That's actually in the interest of the landlord, because that conflict-fueled situation and the tenant aren't going to come back to the property again. I mean, I've told people, do not come back here. Here's the number. You can call the town. So, I mean, the marshals have advocated for a cleaner process a bit with the possessions. If you'll note on the summary process execution, I got the judicial branch to put on there, look, the town doesn't store everything. We don't store broken, damaged, soiled items. We don't move junk. We only move things that are, we don't move broken dressers or furniture, but we move their possessions and personal effects. That's your clothes, your jewelry, your papers, your grandmother's wedding photo, your birth certificate out of the top drawer. We're not moving cans of beans and cereal. We're moving things that can be stored, their clothing, their furniture. It's a hard balance. Like I said before, no one's happy during this process, but if you start pulling on the different components of it, the thing falls apart, and you have safety issues, you have issues for the landlord. So it's really, I don't know how you would change it. I mean, if the desired goal is to get the municipality out of storing, that's just ignoring that the people do have things. And not all of these are necessarily landlord-tenant situations, Senator. Some of them are summary process actions after foreclosure. So there's homeowners that have lost their property. Their entire life is in that house. Unless we're going to say we're going to knock on the door and throw it all away, I don't think there's a solution where you can pull on this too much. I think the compromise came 15 years ago. The town doesn't have to come pick it up off the curb. The landlord has to absorb some of the cost of moving it in. There's finality for the landlord. There's finality for the tenant. Under this proposal, you would invite them back in. So it mirrors a bit what we currently do with commercial evictions. Like if we evict a pizza place, we lock it up on the inside. I can tell you, my testimony is those situations are somewhat chaotic as well, because no one knows what happens after the process. It's supposed to stay in there, but the pizza guy's confused, the landlord's confused, they're calling the cops. If it was done for residential, it would be a really heated situation.
Senator Sampson?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, thank you very much for that information. A couple things. First off, what you're sharing with me is incredibly valuable, because it's not exactly the way it's been described to me. And I don't want to put words in any of my municipal leaders' mouths, but the way it's been described to me is that they are holding on to junk. They are holding on to effectively garbage that no one's ever going to come for. How is that, it's not in the statute, but how is that determination made, on the scene, what we keep, what we don't keep? How do you make that determination?
know-
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, what the marshal is actually moving out of there? Well, that requires my judgment to go in there, and I don't really have any discretion under the statute. It says I'm supposed to remove the occupant or tenants and move their possessions and personal effects. So we understand that to be their personal effects are what they wear and their jewelry. Their possessions are anything that's not broken, damaged, soiled, or perishable. Now, we've had landlords sometimes going thinking the place is going to be broom clean, and the marshals do not leave it broom clean. There's a lot of garbage left behind. We do not move garbage. Our movers do not want to move garbage. In fact, some of our job is to get the movers to take more stuff because they would just want everything to be garbage. So our interest is not exclusively to the landlord. It's sort of to the process. Our job is to give possession back to the landlord and protect the tenant's items. So, Senator, it's determined on the scene of that morning. I need to walk through there and make sure that the process happens. But it's I don't have any authority to declare everything garbage. But we sort of look at it as we move their possessions and their personal effects.
Senator Sampson.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. It's very interesting. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how you make that judgment call yourself without getting yourself into trouble at some point, that you made a determination that maybe something wasn't valuable enough, or that even an item that's broken isn't something that the tenant might want to hang on to. And just the second part of this, rather than keep you on the stand all day long, is this a common occurrence that there are valuables left behind, or is it more likely that when you go there, there's not a lot of valuables still there because the tenants grabbed them already? Through you.
No, if I'm going with an execution, there's, I don't want to throw numbers out, but 85% of the time we're moving something out of there. Only a subset we walk in and we say there's nothing to move, because we would encourage the landlord. I mean, if the person moves out and the door's open and there's just garbage in there, they don't need a marshal. They need a marshal to move the tenant's stuff out. And really the issue is liability. So currently, I mean, if I could speak candidly, the marshals are absorbing the liability. When I sign off on the bottom of that execution, the landlord's good. It's good. I'm in charge of the process. I need to move the stuff out. They're good. Now, if they want to go in there without me, they're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to take it back. If there's stuff in there, they're supposed to use a marshal, but that would be the landlord absorbing the liability. So if you have this, if under the bill, it would really be all the liability of the marshal and the town would be shifted to the landlord.
Senator
Yep,
Sampson.
through you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for that. And that's kind of why I asked the question, is because I became concerned about the liability taken on by the marshals by having to make that determination. Is there some way we can improve the statute that might make it more clear what you should be required to take possession of versus what can be disposed of?
I would be open to that conversation in the future. I mean, my guys do complain about that, about, you know, what you need to take and not take, but we have like I testified before, general understanding about their possessions and their personal effects. But we're not moving garbage currently.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the reason why I asked that, and I'll take your word for it that you're not moving garbage. That's not what I heard from these municipal leaders, is that they end up having to store what they consider to be, you know, items that have no value, you know, beat up old furniture, et cetera. And I don't know, I'm just trying to find a solution for everybody involved where they don't feel like they're having to, collect, taxpayer dollars to store items that no one's ever going to retrieve. And I also can certainly sympathize with the fact that different marshals might have a different view about what should be moved and what shouldn't. And if we could clarify that statute in a way that might mitigate situations where things that aren't of value end up being moved, and also eliminate some of the liability exposure. Not that, I think you're protected as a marshal more or less, but.
Senator, we've had
Yep.
we've had people sue the marshals over eviction-related matters, but as long as we follow the process, generally there's not an issue. But we've had landlords and banks sort of try to strong arm the marshals to declare everything garbage. I don't have that authority, nor would I want that authority. But if we could clarify what goes into storage, some municipalities do this. I mean, I work primarily in the city of New Haven. I have an office in the city of New Haven. They send out a letter every year and they tell you, you know, we don't take broken furniture, we don't do this. They cite the municipal health code, and that's certainly reasonable. The marshals have to work with them. And if they don't want to take it in, then we really can't move it. I can give you an example. They don't store, generally most municipalities will not store mattresses or box springs. It's just an understood sort of thing. They don't take them in for bed bug reasons, and we don't move the people's mattresses or box springs. It's just part of the process.
Senator Sampson.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Brian, thank you very much. Your testimony's been unbelievably revealing to me. And, certainly I don't feel the same way about the bill proposal after hearing your perspective on it. And I do think we have some cleaning up to do to make the statute a little more workable for all the parties concerned. But I do certainly respect your position on it. And, and I'm convinced that, the way the marshals operate in this mechanism of transfer is very valuable for creating that clean break that you described. So I'm hoping I can follow up with you and maybe get some ideas on how we can make some improvements. But thank you very much for the very eye-opening testimony.
Thank you, Senator. And I'll throw this out here too. If anyone on the committee ever wants to go on an eviction, I see all of your eyes rolling right now. You'll see some of these issues about what our guys and gals walk into, and you really can't predict it. I mean, sometimes, like I said, I've probably done 1,000 of these. There's ones that I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning going, oh my gosh, how is that going to go? It's no problem. There's other ones I think, oh, piece of cake, and it's a total disaster. You know, there's people that have been sick. I saved someone's life once. I called someone's mother to come pick them up. Like, these are real human situations with their life, and we have to bring order to a legal process. So, it's important.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Brian, for all that information. I'm going to ask you a question. I don't know if you know, because I understand that you're just there just for the eviction process. But when the city take, they are responsible for whatever stays right in that apartment. Do you know what is the process after that? Like, people have to certain days to pick up, or they have to pay money back to the city? What is the process?
So under the statute, the municipality is required to store the items. The town can set where it's stored. In my jurisdiction in New Haven County, most of the towns, it's the Public Works Department. A couple towns, they use a private storage, and they pay, like a rental storage unit. The town has to store it for 15 days. So when the marshal serves the execution, we give them clear notice where it's stored and what number to get it. It'll be the number of the town. And then when they call, they say, look, ma'am, you need to call the town. You need to pick up your things. They're going to hold it for at least 15 days. Some hold it longer. So, for example, like in the city of New Haven, they're on like a monthly system. So they'll block off a couple days at the end of the month. They'll hold an auction, clear the storage facility out for another month of holding eviction. So it's at least 15 days. Some store longer. Some municipalities don't charge. For example, I don't think New Haven charges, which, frankly, I've wondered if that's incentivized people to put it into storage, but some municipalities charge, and people get very angry that they charged me $300 to store it. So it's in their discretion right now whether to charge and how long to hold it, but they have to hold it for at least 15 days.
And if I don't go and pick up, my belongings, what happened to them?
Well, they're supposed to hold. They're supposed to give the person notice and hold an auction. So a lot of municipalities will put one thing in the newspaper and say we're going to auction off everything that's in there. That covers them, and then maybe one guy shows up and bids on it and takes it all. Sometimes there's people that want to come for the washing machines and the televisions, and if they pay, I don't know what they pay, some nominal amount for each bay eviction, and if they could pick off a couple washing machines, then it recoups it. I think the city is happy with that because it has someone clear it all out, and they're good for another month. But they don't have to charge for it. they can charge for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Brian, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk more about some of these bills for sure. Next, in person, Stacy Violante Cote.
Good afternoon, Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, Ranking Members Scott and Sampson, and members of the committee. I'm Stacy Violante Cote. I'm the Deputy Director at the Center for Children's Advocacy. At the center, we provide legal representation to low-income children and youth throughout the state, including Hartford, Bridgeport, New London, all around the state. And I particularly work with young people experiencing homelessness. Young people who are exiting state systems to homelessness, young people who've been separated from their families due to homelessness, and even minors under the age of 18 who've had to leave home either because their family became homeless or because they don't feel safe at home. Some minors who are gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender and have been rejected at home. So I'm here today in particular to support Senate Bill 336. I think it's always good policy to be looking at our programs in the state and making sure that they're high performing. With a tremendous amount of respect, I would request some amendments, and I've submitted written testimony as to a few other areas where I think research and data could be very helpful in preventing young people from experiencing homelessness. I'll just briefly touch on those here and answer any questions you might have. So in the same light as 336, we'd respectfully request that we ask both the commissioners of housing, mental health, developmental services, and children and families to track and report service and exit outcomes for older youth leaving their care. Some of these issues were before this committee last session, and we're bringing it back because we think with more information, we can better understand how these young people are falling into homelessness. Secondly, we just flat out would like to prohibit the discharge of young people into homelessness if they're coming from state care. There's a bill from 2014 that I've referenced in my written testimony to look at. We should not have young people leaving state care into homeless shelters. We need to prevent that, and these efforts all go toward that. And then we'd also like to figure out if we're getting all the money into this state that we should be getting. And so we would ask that these departments work together to ensure we're getting all the federal dollars, whether that's Title IV, federal housing vouchers, whether that's Medicaid funding. And we think that there's some vehicles to look at that so that we can better pay for these transition services for youth exiting state systems. And then lastly, to the population I spoke of at the beginning, the minors who are experiencing homelessness. I'll finish up by saying we lost the federally funded program Shelter for Minors in New Haven over the summer. So now Connecticut only has crisis beds for minors in Fairfield County. So we have, for kids in New London, I've been working with Mayor Passero. There's nowhere for those minors to go except down to Fairfield County in order to be safe. And trying to go to school, if you live anywhere else in the state from Fairfield County, is just about impossible. But we could ask our state commissioners to come together and ensure we have a safe place for minors in every region of the state. So I'll stop there. You have my written testimony. If there's any questions that I could answer, I'd be happy to.
Thank you for your testimony. Really quick before we get to any questions, anybody who's here in person to testify, I know the weather is getting bad, just make sure you see Mike so he knows that you're here. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Stacey, for your testimony today. And through you, Mr. Chair, you referenced these beds only being left in Fairfield County, and so it generated, I was already starting to think about when you said aging out into homeless shelters, how that impacts the nexus for a young person who may have aged out but is still in public school, has not yet graduated. How does that impact their nexus location of schools, and how do we guarantee that they can continue their education, even if it's only for the last 6 months of their schooling?
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Representative Brown. So thankfully, this committee has taken some steps to ensure that our federal laws for students experiencing homelessness are put into our state statutes. And so we know that any student experiencing homelessness has the legal right to stay in their school while they're moving around. In some cases, it becomes an impossibility. The providers down in Cos Cob, Connecticut, have had kids as far away as Granby. And the idea that you're going to go twice a day from Cos Cob to Granby, even when you have the legal rights, is not feasible. It's not doable. And so they end up being out of school, out of their whole network of support, and in a temporary place. Whether that's for seniors or for, freshmen in high school. So in many ways, the legal rights are there, but the actual resources are not there.
Thank you for that, and certainly as an educator and someone who serves on the Education Committee, and one of the concerns that we hear about, the cost of that transportation alone for districts. So certainly a bigger issue that we need to tackle and something we should be figuring out. But thank you for your testimony and for your answer to my question today.
Happy to.
I have one. Hi, thank you for being here, and thanks for working in New London, and let's talk after session. So I know it's a big cost for New London for the transportation of the kids. Who, if you're in New London, if you're a kid from Meriden and you end up in New London unhoused at one of our shelters, who pays for that, Meriden or New London?
So the federal law, the Federal McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, allows for a cost sharing between the district where the student is staying and what's called the school of origin, the district where the student was attending before they became homeless. So I know in New London you have family shelters. And so those two districts can work out a cost sharing provision.
But so then it does end up being more of a financial burden on those municipalities that happen to have the family shelters where, I'm not going to say it's not fair because life isn't fair, right? But it does end up being very costly to the education system for the municipalities that do have the shelters.
And I'm always curious if they're able to work out these cost-sharing provisions, or if it ends up falling on the districts that have shelters in their limits. The federal law allows for the cost-sharing provision, but doesn't require it.
Yeah, I'll check. I know I've discussed it before with the Board of Ed president in New London, but it's something we should look into and see if there's something we can do to help all municipalities know what their responsibility is. So thank you. Thank you for being here, and safe driving home.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Timothy Hollister.
Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Scott, members of the committee. I'm Tim Hollister. I'm an attorney at Hinckley Allen in Hartford. I've been involved in affordable housing in Connecticut for 43 years and part of 830G for all 37 of its years in existence. I'm here to comment on the 830G bills. I filed a letter. I do want to point out that my letter includes an update of a document that was first circulated to this committee and P&D in 2010, entitled Benefits and Track Record of 830 General Statutes 830G. I commend that to your reading, but I also want to note that that refers to an update of an effort that we did in 2022 to try to quantify on a statewide basis the number of units that have been produced that are attributable in some way to 830G, starting in 1990 when it was adopted. In 2022, our estimate was 26,000 units, based on the new 830G 10% list that was released yesterday by DOH, we're going to update that, and we believe that that update will show a total of more than 30,000 units. My testimony today generally opposes, as Mr. Podolsky did, the 830G related bills on today's agenda. There are certainly some good proposals, such as deeper income targeting and some relatively inconsequential tweaks to the moratorium points, but they are all intertwined with provisions that in some way reduce or inhibit affordable housing production, hence my general comments against them. So with the understanding that I'm clearly cherry picking, I would like to highlight 4 proposals that I think should not go further than today. The first is HB 338, which prohibits moratorium points if a set-aside development went through what the bill calls an appeals process, unquote, unquote, lasting more than 6 months, that resulted in a finding that the commission failed to satisfy its burden of proof. It may be well-intentioned, but it raises a long, long list of questions. This would be a very complicated and confusing phrase if made part of the current law. The very phrase appeals process raises all sorts of questions. Do we count an appeal? Do we count a resubmission? There's just innumerable things that would need to be defined in order to make this bill worthwhile. But so at this point, it's not worth considering. HB 362 and 5364 propose in 2 different ways to reduce the 830G affordability duration from 40 years to 30 years or 20 years. Such reductions, whether they're just done in one fell swoop or as a 3-tier system, will be very, very confusing. It will now only take a few years. We will be trying to sort out, and DOH will be trying to sort out which category is it, the 20-year, 30-year, 40-year. As Mr. Podolsky alluded to, the second Blue Ribbon Commission in 1999 landed on 40 years as the sweet spot for 830G duration because it's mostly consistent with financing and mortgage underwriting, and that is still a valid reason. I believe that question was asked earlier. If I may continue for one more minute, HB 5362, lines 64 to 72, says a judge shall stay an 830G appeal if a municipality applies for a moratorium. So my question rhetorically is, why would a developer file an 830G appeal if a judge could stay it at will without any recourse by the developer? That in and of itself would undermine 830G, which perhaps was part of the intent of the drafting. Lastly, 5366 allows a municipality a right of first refusal to block an affordable housing development. That is unconstitutional. It violates the Fifth Amendment of the Takings Clause of the U.S. Constitution. It basically authorizes a municipality to take private property over the owner's objection without a public purpose and without payment of just compensation. So I'm not a fan of that bill. That's all I have now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I have one on 338 with the housing units. So in 5002, we had language that stated if a municipality took a developer to court for an 830G project and they lost, then the municipality had to pay the developer's lawyer fees.
Right.
That did not make it into 8002, so it went away. So this year, we are trying to have some kind of stick, and so that's what this is stating. We were kind of hoping that it would, prevent the municipalities from taking the 830G developments to projects to court just to make life difficult and to make it extend the length of time. So do you think that this language could be adjusted? I mean, I heard what you said about the appeals. Do you think we could tweak the language to make it appropriate?
Well, it's certainly requires quite a number of tweaks because the phrase appeals process is extremely broad. But at the end of the day, why I just don't think this would be effective. The moratorium process has gotten a lot of attention in 5002 and 8002. The moratorium process was instituted in the year 2000. I believe about 25 municipalities have gotten a moratorium, so there's 169 towns. They are far and few between. The moratorium points, tweaks, if I can call them that, may incentivize, but the moratorium system is not the core of our housing system, and it's also, of course, a way for municipalities to duck out for 4 years from having any obligation at all. So respectfully, Senator, I just think 338 is not going to be consequential, even if it is better defined. But it certainly needs better definition, but I just don't think we should think of it as a core or helpful provision of our housing program, because it's not going to promote affordable housing production.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I hate wasting time. So if you think it's going to be a waste of time, your wisdom is much appreciated.
Thank you.
And, Rep. Zullo online. Sorry, Rep. Zullo.
No apologies necessary. Thank you for the indulgence, Madam Chair, and thank you, Counselor, for always sharing your thoughts. They're always very welcome and very helpful. Just one follow-up, and actually it was to one of the questions the Senator had, so it was good timing. Through you, Madam Chair, in 5002, I know it didn't make it in, and I know we've talked about it a little bit this year, the idea of towns either not getting equivalency points or potentially having to pay in the event that an appeal is brought and they're not successful. My curiosity would be, how would you feel about language just indicating that if a court finds on remand that the appeal was brought in bad faith, then there might be consequences? Because I've always said that I feel like there's a good faith, bad faith standard that I think courts could reasonably interpret and apply in those situations. And I'm just curious how you would feel about that, through you.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if you were aware that I wrote a series of articles about 5002 and then 8002 in the Connecticut Mirror, and I specifically wrote against the attorney's fees provision and anything else that sort of sounded in the same vein. If I represent affordable housing developers, among others, the last thing that I would want to do with my clients is go through a bad faith hearing at the conclusion. I was against the attorney's fees provision because the last thing a judge wants to do is to award attorney's fees, especially for many dollars, against a municipality, i.e. taxpayers. And I certainly did not want any of my clients to be in the hands of a judge who is weighing, should I invalidate the appeal, should I grant the appeal, and thinking about the attorney's fees consequence. I want the judge to resolve the merits and then let's move on. So that was really the basis of my opposition. But Representative Zullo, the consequence or the similar consequence would be a bad faith hearing. Yes, there is a concept in the law of bad faith, but do I want to drag the municipal officials and the town staff or neighbor organizations through, you said this and you said that? It would be nasty, mudslinging accusations that I just don't think we need if we're focused on housing production. So
I appreciate that answer, and I was loosely aware of that, and I was hoping that you would comment a little bit about it, because there seems to have been a push in recent years towards these things. So I appreciate, again, you're on the ground, you're in these cases, you see these things, and it's valuable to have that perspective. I've always said I know where to find you offline, and I know that we've got a number of people testifying. So if I have follow-up, I will reach out. But thank you, as always, for coming before us.
thank you.
Seeing no other, thank you so much for being here. And I did read those articles, and I wondered, who is this Timothy Hollister? And they were wonderful.
Thank
You
you.
want to go? So, yeah, thank you so much for taking time out today. And just for all those at home wondering how many we have in person, I think we have only 4 or 5 more, and then we will get to you. So thank you for your indulgence. Amy Peltier?
Hello, distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to submit testimony on House Bill 5367 and Senate Bills 333 and 337. I'm Amy Peltier, Coalition and Advocacy Director with the Partnership for Strong Communities. We are a statewide organization, a nonprofit that focuses on research, policy, and advocacy, dedicated to ensuring everyone in Connecticut has a safe, stable home that is affordable to them in an equitable community of their choice. We respectfully request that the committee oppose House Bill 5367 and Senate Bills 333 and 337. The written testimony I submitted online outlines our concerns in detail, but at their core, the bills before you move us in a direction that weakens existing tenant protections. While we recognize the importance of balance in the landlord-tenant relationship and the need for clear tools to address disputes, that balance must be grounded in the rule of law and legal processes already in place. Connecticut's current eviction framework is designed to provide neutrality, due process, and predictability for all parties. Before creating new mechanisms that shift the balance, we should ensure we're upholding and properly implementing the laws we already have. Over the past decade, housing costs have significantly outpaced wages both in Connecticut and across the United States, contributing significantly to housing instability. With extremely low vacancy rates and rising rents, tenants are often at the disadvantage in the tenant-landlord relationship. It's logical to conclude that increasing a landlord's ability to remove people from their homes and communities outside the legal eviction process, or maintaining control over tenant possessions after an eviction, or allowing certain advance rental payments from those who can afford to pay them, will only exacerbate the power relationship. First, proposed House Bill 5367 threatens to undermine existing tenant protections that include due process and other legal rights that minimize displacement and act as the backbone for resolutions to landlord-tenant disputes. Without a court-ordered notice, eviction, or removal finding, there will be increased tension between the tenant community and their local law enforcement officers. Self-help evictions are illegal in Connecticut for good reason. When landlords attempt to bypass the legal process, they expose themselves to claims of wrongful eviction, harassment, fines, and even criminal liability. Such actions often delay resolution, increase costs, and create further instability for all parties. Tenants removed without formal process may also suffer long-term harm to their housing prospects if allegations, true or not, follow them. We cannot legitimize this behavior. Eviction and trespass laws already exist, are decided by a neutral party, a judge, and are firmly understood to govern behaviors this bill is attempting to address. It's a dangerous precedent to allow select removal of individuals from spaces without formalized legal guidance that assigns all parties delineated rights and retributions. And I will stop there.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you, and
Thank
please
you.
drive carefully. Next, we have, is Sean Gio here yet?
I think he's online today, Senator.
Oh, I thought he said he was coming in. Is he? Sean, text me and tell me if you're here or online. Huh? Yeah, I think he's driving in. Next, oh, I missed Mikola Fizzle. No? Yes. Oh, yes? Okay, great. I doubt I said it right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Fissel, and I really appreciate you holding committee today, even despite the storm that is beginning outside. So I serve in the role of Executive Director at Advocacy Unlimited. AU is a peer-run nonprofit, and we serve about 13,000 people annually. We provide holistic, peer-led recovery resources in the space of mental health, addiction, and trauma, and we've been doing this work for over 30 years. Most folks in our state are unaware that peer support is an evidence-based practice, and it's also it's highly cost-effective. There's about a return of $2.81 to the dollar when peer support is delivered And this is a comparable to clinical interventions. And I would never take a position against clinical interventions, as I'm also a person in long-term recovery. And I remember when I was first transitioning in and out of hospitals, how important it was to have access to those resources. And then there's what's called long-term recovery. Then there's what's called community integration. And I know, based on the 2 decades of experience I have in nonprofit work, holding 2 master's degrees, and as a community-based researcher, that the continuum of services, we do require a greater investment and consideration for peer support and peer services across the state. And so this is where I come to you in regards to the House bill expanding medical peer respites. I would ask that you consider looking at expanding peer respites as well, along with medical respites. We've got about 20% of Connecticut residents who experience like mental health distress during any given year, and about 20% of adults who experience 14 or more days of mental health distress do not have access to care due to cost. So there is an inherent link, right, between mental health distress and financial wellness. And so by you investing directly in peer-run respites, you are resolving the undue burden placed on folks who are already experiencing mental health distress by resolving the financial burden. So I realize that this is a newer concept that's coming before the legislature, and I'm available to provide any sort of resources or information as you continue to develop a concept around the expansion of peer-run respites. We currently have 1, and the ask is for 8. And this would very much benefit our most vulnerable residents across the state. So that's my testimony today. I'm so sorry. I don't have access to the House bill number, and I'm feeling a little embarrassed right now that I forgot that number. But it is the medical the medical respites bill. So thank you so much for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I think we skipped over Morgan Miller.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today, and thank you for being here. My name is Morgan Miller. I'm a volunteer and member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, CTAA as we call it. Our members provide housing to over 75,000 apartment homes across Connecticut, including both small providers and large professionally managed communities. CTAA would like to express opposition to the following bills: SB 337, an act concerning the property of evicted tenants, and HB 5359, an act concerning provisions in residential rental agreements. Regarding SB 337, CTAA appreciates the intent of this bill to streamline the process for handling personal property following eviction. However, we have significant concerns that this proposal shifts substantial logistical burdens and legal risks onto housing providers while removing the neutral role that municipalities and state marshals currently play in the process. Under current law, property left behind after an eviction is removed and stored through a municipal process overseen by a state marshal. This system provides a clear chain of custody and ensures that property is handled by a neutral third party. SB 337 would instead require housing providers to take possession of, inventory, store, safeguard, and dispose of a former tenant's personal belongings. This represents a significant departure from the current framework and creates new liability concerns for property owners and managers, as well as additional expenses. Currently, housing providers are not equipped to act as storage operators or property custodians. Requiring owners to store personal belongings for a minimum of 15 days raises practical concerns, particularly for smaller housing providers who may lack secure storage space or have the staff necessary to manage and document personal property. This requirement may also delay unit turnover, slowing the ability to prepare units for new residents and reducing available housing supply at a time when Connecticut is facing a significant housing shortage. Regarding HB 5359, While CTA supports a clear and transparent rental agreements and appreciates the intent of this bill to improve tenant understanding of lease terms, we have concerns with several provisions that would limit commonly used and practical leasing tools. In particular, the bill would prohibit provisions related to discounted rent or concessions that are commonly used in the marketplace. Rental concessions, such as a temporary discount or incentives, help housing providers remain competitive and often allow residents to access housing at an upfront lower cost. Restricting the ability to structure these agreements may ultimately reduce flexibility and could result in higher base rents. Additionally, the prohibition on lease provisions establishing increased rent after the expiration of a lease may make it more difficult to address holdover situations that encourage timely lease renewals or move-outs. These provisions are standard practice and help provide clarity and predictability for both residents and housing providers. While we appreciate the goal of improving transparency, CTA respectfully opposes HB 5359 as drafted and encourages the committee to consider amendments. I would like to express support for the following bills. SB 332, an act concerning notice to parties before a fair rent commission. SB 334, an act concerning the composition of fair rent commissions. HB 5367, an act concerning the removal of unauthorized persons from residential property. And HB 5368, an act concerning deeply affordable housing. Thank you for your time and consideration. CTA looks forward to continuing to work with the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Sure. Any questions? Okay, seeing none.
No, I got a question.
Oh, Rep. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said that you support of 5367.
Yes,
Okay. And you read the whole bill.
I did.
Do you agree that one of the conditions here, one of the things that's said about the bill is that in order to the police to remove any unauthorized person, the landlord have to provide an affidavit?
Correct.
Okay. Also, I think that the unauthorized person also at the end, if they feel like it, they can sue the landlord.
I did see that, yes.
Okay. And there are a couple of other things that is in the bill. So do you think that unauthorized person has the right for eviction process? If the person, just get into, broke the door and get in, do you think that person has any right?
I understand there are some extreme circumstances and the reason why squatters' rights exist. When I first started out in this industry 22 years ago, when this first came up, the very first time I had an incident with a squatter, I was shocked that we couldn't just remove the person who was there, essentially trespassing. So do I think that there are situations where maybe it's abused? I'm sure. I think for the most part, if you ask most housing providers who've had a squatter situation, it's not an abuse of the tenant's rights.
So to remove a squatter, through some things they are here, so that means that the landlord has to go through a lot of expenses.
Correct.
Do you think that it's fair that happened? That as a landlord has to go through all of that to pay all that money, hire a lawyer, go through a lot of a process? Do you think that is fair?
For someone who doesn't have right to the property, no, I don't think that's fair.
So it's not, no, my question is, do you think that it's fair that the landlord has to go through all those expenses?
I do not think that's fair.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thomas Burr. And Carl Mancini. Carl Mancini? Oh, hi.
Good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee. My name is Carl Mancini, and I'm the business manager for Advocacy Unlimited. I work with Michaela Fissel. As Michaela stated, we're a peer-run nonprofit here in Connecticut. We provide holistic peer-led education, peer-led education, advocacy, and support services in the areas of mental health, addiction, and trauma recovery. Although I'm here today in support of House Bill 5370, I also strongly urge this committee to work with the Appropriations Committee to expand the existing network of peer-run respites in the state from 1 to a total of 8, as requested in previous meetings and hearings. Currently, Connecticut has just one peer-run respite serving the entire state, one, for thousands of residents who may be experiencing emotional distress or a mental health crisis, but do not require hospitalization. That is simply not enough. Peer-run respites are voluntary, short-term, home-like spaces where individuals can receive support from trained peers, people who have walked similar paths, and can offer understanding without judgment. These programs reduce unnecessary emergency room visits, prevent hospitalizations, and provide an alternative that is both cost-effective and person-centered. As a business manager, I see fiscal realities every day. Hospital stays and emergency department visits are among the most expensive interventions in the healthcare system. Peer-run respites cost a fraction of that and often prevent higher levels of care altogether. This is not only compassionate policy, it's smart financial policy. As a peer-run organization, we also know that workforce capacity exists. Through our Recovery Support Specialist training program, we prepare individuals across the state to provide high-quality, ethical peer support. Expanding peer-run respites to 8 locations would create meaningful employment opportunities while strengthening our mental health system. When someone is struggling, timing matters, access matters, geography matters. People should not have to travel hours or be forced into emergency rooms when what they need is a safe, supportive place to stabilize and reconnect. I should also mention that although this may be a newer concept here in the state, our neighboring states have numerous peer respites that are thriving in reducing their costs and providing excellent care. Expansion of existing peer-run respite network is an investment in prevention, dignity, and community-based care. Expanding from 1 to 8 peer-run respites would transform access to crisis alternatives across Connecticut. On behalf of Advocacy Unlimited and the individuals we serve, I respectfully urge you to support House Bill 5370 and fund this critical expansion of peer-run respite network. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Sean Keogh, is Sean here yet? We're going to go now to our online people. And first we have Paul Januszewski, and I thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you. Representative Felipe, Senator Marks, esteemed members of the Housing Committee, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Paul Januszewski. My wife and I own and manage a few properties in North Central Connecticut. One of our properties was an abandoned property when we purchased it, and we renovated it and made it what I think is a nice place. I also am in my 5th term serving as president of GILA, Greater Enfield Landlord Association, an association of landlords in North Central Connecticut. I serve on the Fair Rent Commission, and I'm a retired chief officer of the fire department and fire marshal, serving 45 years. So I speak with some degree of personal information here. When I speak about these bills, I'm going to speak briefly about them. I had submitted written testimony, and the written testimony, I ask you to refer to that, but I'm going to speak first in favor of Senate Bill 333, advance rental payments, and I'll speak personally on this. My wife and I have, on a number of occasions, been asked to take advance rental payments. We weren't asking for it. We've been asked to take it. In the case of college students with loans, in the case of a divorcee, and I have these tenants now, a divorcee with 3 children who had a settlement coming from her divorce, but she had a very poor credit score. We took her in. We had to have her make other arrangements, but this bill would go a long way towards helping out in those situations. Also, I've had corporate personnel who have been relocated for a year's time, and the corporation wants to pay for them up front for a year. I am unable to do that. We would like to be able to do that. The Fair Rent Commissions, I serve on the Fair Rent Commission. I fully support Senate Bill 334. But I also ask that we do something about making sure that the people who are put on the board have some knowledge of the housing laws in the state of Connecticut. 335 utility payments, again, support that. We need to clean up some of the issues with one of the things I've seen come before the Fair Rent Commission, for instance, is the sewer bills and the trash bills. Sewer bills aren't considered a utility. So we have a number of institutions now, large apartment complexes, that are now charging prorated or estimated sewer bills to tenants. So that's another unknown cost. And the Senate bill that passed 8002 did not address that this past year. Let's see, I would like to change my written testimony on Senate Bill 337 regarding evicted tenant property. I would like to rescind what I've submitted and oppose, because based on the testimony I've heard here today and rereading what the bill says, I think there's way too much confusion out there regarding this, and I do not want to see the landlords or the municipalities take on any more cost or risk with regard to abandoned property. I'd like to ask you to oppose House Bill 5359 regarding rental agreement provisions. This basically sets up a rent cap provision where somebody could claim that they're they're holding over and will never be able to raise their rent. They'll just keep claiming that they're on a holdover. I'm going to wrap this up. House Bill 5360. I oppose this, but only with comment, because I think we need some clarification that there needs to be a system set up to make sure that we don't get bogus certificates submitted. We, as landlords and apartment owners, have a big problem with emotional support animals already, and the documentation that can come in from online sites. I think if we clean up this bill and make sure that we can truly verify that the person is a domestic violence victim, we could support this bill. And then finally, the removal of unauthorized persons. That's kind of a no-brainer. The ability, just imagine yourselves going home from this hearing today and finding your
Sir, your time has expired. Please summarize.
Okay, I'm summarizing. So imagine going home from the hearing today and finding your home is occupied by someone who broke in, and you're not going to have any opportunity to get them out without going through eviction court or something of that nature. So with that said, please refer to my comments, and I thank you for your time, and I appreciate the daunting task that you all have before you in trying to weed through these bills and come up with something that is not only constitutional, but helps the severe housing shortage problem we have in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from anybody? Rep. Gonzalez, is that, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paul, for that information. And as far as I heard, you supporting 5367.
Yes.
Right. Do you think that it's fair that that a landlord has to go to eviction process when they want to remove an unauthorized person, knowing that that eviction process, it's going to cost a lot? Also, we know that even though they were trying to convince the people that eviction process is only a month or two, when in reality, if you go to housing court, there are cases that it takes long, like 5 months, 6 months. So do you think that it's fair that a landlord has to go through all that process just to remove an authorized person?
Absolutely not, Senator.
Okay, I'm sorry, Rep.
Representative, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We also, in this bill, we're given the right to an authorized person to sue a landlord. Okay, and in my opinion, if a landlord want to remove an authorized person, it's because that person is not a tenant. It's a squatter. They don't have no right. Do you think that it'll be fair also that a landlord has to go through the whole process because an authorized person is suing a landlord just because they are removing from that place?
No, I do not believe that that you or I or anybody else should have to go through any kind of a legal process to remove somebody from our homes or one of our buildings that's not supposed to be there. Somebody who has broken in and taken up residence, even if it's only been for the last 2 hours while you and I have been sitting in this hearing, we go home and find somebody that's not supposed to be there. We don't have any good way to get them out of the house. If they have one simple piece of mail that shows their address, that address as their place of domicile, and it could be just a mailing of any kind that they set up, then the police are not going to be able to act. And I think that's where a lot of confusion comes in here. We're talking about people who have moved in and never had a reason, never had an authorization to be there. They broke and entered, and now the process you and I have to go through is ridiculously long. And I don't think we should be sued for trying to get them out of that building.
Thank you for that, and this is just a comment. I think I went through that, and after I was able to remove the person, the next day I received the letter. So knowing that when they are planning to get into an authorized building, when they are planning to do that, I think that these people, they already know the process and they learn about everything. So they got ready because I learned that with my case. The next day after I got the remove, I received a letter in my house and my property. But thank you anyway. Thank you for your information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we will have Sean Gio, followed by Spencer Winkle.
Why is it not on camera?
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you first for hearing us out of order. I greatly appreciate that. And I'll try to speak quickly for those waiting. I'm Sean Gio, Policy Director of Partnership for Strong Communities, and I'm here to ask the committee not to advance any of the bills affecting Section 8-30G. Connecticut faces a severe housing shortage. We know this, and rising housing costs. Housing policy decisions should move us measurably closer to solve that problem. Before advancing any bill, we urge you to evaluate them using a simple set of considerations. One is, will it improve housing affordability for low and moderate income households? Because we know those are the most in need and the most burdened by housing costs. Will it increase the number of new affordable homes or preserve existing ones? Will it expand housing options for lower and moderate income households and all households near jobs, transit, opportunity? Will it strengthen renters or homeowners' security and stability in their home? If a proposal can't answer yes to at least one of these questions, it risks pushing Connecticut further from a future where everyone can access a safe, stable, and affordable home. And I believe the bills impacting 830G do not meet these criteria. Rather, than increasing affordability or stability, many of them have provisions which just weaken Section 830G and make it easier to avoid creating affordable homes. The proposals run directly counter to the state's urgent housing needs. Connecticut needs more homes, and Section 830G has reliably produced affordable homes. We do not need procedural changes that will reduce the number of homes being built. 830G was enacted, as you've heard, back in 1989, 1990. I was around, but too young to know the exact date. I apologize. It was due to municipal resistance to affordable housing during a period of rapidly escalating home prices. As you've heard, it's created many homes in that time period, and recent development approvals include, just to give you a sense, the adaptive reuse of an office park in Avon, a beautifully designed set of affordable homes in Orange, and a transformation of a synagogue into a vibrant, affordable housing community in West Hartford. With the recent passage of HB 802, the state will establish new housing growth targets, incentives, and funding priorities for municipalities. This legislation should build on that progress, not look backward by weakening one of our most effective tools for creating affordable housing. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony. I've submitted written testimony also more in length on our comments on these bills. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, Rep. Scott.
Sean, thank you as always. We always appreciate your
your testimony, but also the willingness to talk and go through these things. I'm always educated with a lot of these topics. So, question I have is, we saw recently, there's articles in the newspaper about a project that was in Yukon, about close to Yukon, that had a bunch of affordable housing parts to it that they can't rent. I want to talk to you about that. That's one. I acknowledge it's one example, but I want to acknowledge that and have a conversation. What's the cause of something like that? So we do have affordable housing. It's there, but people just aren't qualified. Don't want to rent it. To me, that's a disaster, because those are units that could be rented, right? Somebody could be in those units, and we're not, because there's the rules, and that's how it got built, right? It was all part of the rules that got passed for that units to get built. I just like to hear your thoughts on that, and how something like that could be avoided maybe in the future. Through you.
Thank you, Representative. I am a little familiar with that, really only through the news articles. And, but what I know about Mansfield is they have a local inclusionary zoning ordinance that requires developments, residential developments over a certain size to set aside certain units at income, certain levels of income. And it's likely that development probably had other, I don't know if it was an 830G or if it was a LIHTC project, some other restrictions. And this is a risk you see often in restricting homes for ownership at income levels. It's a risk because it's not open to the market, right? And I think, and you're trying to find a smaller segment, right? And in the population, I've seen it in the homeownership opportunities here in the past in Hartford, where it's available only to folks at this AMI and that AMI, and the realtors are hunting, right? And in this case, I think it was also likely complicated by the fact that it's largely student housing, and nothing against that age group. My daughter's that age group, but I only want to live next to one of those people. So that might have shrunk the rental pool even further, right? But I guess the sort of philosophical maybe point of this is, whenever we start to shrink down the pool, right, you're running that risk. And sometimes inclusionary zoning ordinances are not appropriate in a lot of communities. I think Lower Fairfield County, because the rents are so high, that's partly why we see the 830G applications, because the developers can internally subsidize those units, and they know there's a market for them because of the tight rental market. In other communities, it may actually stop development, right? If the local requirements are too onerous, like say 20%, 30%, 40% of the units. So it's complex in that way. But I too saw that, and I think it'd be interesting to hear from the Mansfield planners. It'd be interesting to hear from them, I think, for this commission, maybe for the Majority Leaders Roundtable, to understand some of that complexity.
I think it's a great idea. I do, because I want to learn. We have an example. Let's learn from that example. Let's hopefully not have that happen again. I hate to see units out there to be used, and they're not being used for whatever reason. So I do appreciate that. I do think it's for a larger conversation outside of this. Any other questions Representative Corpus?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I asked this before, but would love your perspective on this, and that is the improvements, in my opinion, to 830G in this bill proposed are now coexisting in a new world, and that world is that this legislature passed 8002 in November. So how do you envision 830G coexisting with 8002 once towns have their own municipal housing growth plan, and they're on the path to doing that, and then all of a sudden they have almost this wild card they can't control of 830G developments, which may or may not be consistent with that plan? So how do you see these two big structures coexisting as we go forward? Through you, Mr. Chair.
So are there particular bills, there's a lot of bills on your agenda. Are there particular ones, or just kind of generally the ones impacting 830G? So I can answer generally if you like, and then.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the one that's really has the most changes to 830G is 5362. on this agenda. And while it does talk a little bit about how moratorium points would fit together with municipal housing plans, it doesn't talk about 830G coexisting with 8002 broadly.
Right, and I'm not an attorney, and I know you heard from some very good ones previously, and maybe you'll hear from some more. But, so I can tell you how, just my view as someone that studies housing, and I don't think they will interact or need to interact in any way than the 830G interacts with any other law. It's a court appeal, right? And it's not a broad housing policy. I think it's become viewed that way because, frankly, the state, when it studied this back in the late 80s, it had the Blue Ribbon Commission at the time had, I believe, something like 30, 40 recommendations, and only a couple were ever able to get passed through the legislature. 830G, what became 830G was one. So it's the absence of larger housing policy that has made, I think folks point to it as some sort of larger housing policy, when in fact it's really only meant as an appeal for developers under very certain circumstances, certain kinds of development in certain communities. So I don't see that there's a natural, or there's any conflict between the two. And what the provision you mentioned regarding, there's a couple, there's a lot of bills, so I apologize if one's in a different bill, but that would potentially change the period of a moratorium based on the next deadline for a housing plan. I don't see the connection between those two things. It looks just like a way to extend the moratorium, when in fact towns should have been planning for housing all along. It shouldn't have taken a special session to pass that. I worked as a planner in Massachusetts, in New Hampshire. I was shocked that a lot of local plans pretend that there aren't people living in their towns and homes, and that we need to sort of plan for that. So this is long overdue, and I think it's unfortunate that it has to be it had to become a state law in order to really address it. But to answer, not to wander off too far, I don't see that conflict there.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, I just meant that a town now has a municipal housing plan for affordable housing in certain places where the infrastructure can support that, et cetera. And this is all required under 8002 now. But then over here, you still have 830G going on, where developers could, irrespective of that plan, be developing where they see fit. Right. And my question really is, we have a new program now really for affordable housing, and shouldn't we tweak 830G to reflect that new reality? That's really the situation I was planning on. There's already a plan in existence, but a developer's over here doing kind of what they see fit and developing housing where they see fit.
I understand that now. Thank you. I guess what I would say is certainly that's the General Assembly's prerogative, and I'm not elected, or have any vote. And I would, other than, of course, my personal vote, but what I would say is there's a substantial difference between a development application and someone willing to build something versus planning for something. Any planner knows the old adage about plants sitting on the shelf, right? And people can't live in plans, and so I think there's a big distinction in my mind between a plan to do something and someone that's actually willing to risk financial risk and other things to develop the housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything else for Sean? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Representative.
Next, we'll go to online, Spencer Winkle.
Yes, thank you for the time, everybody. It's been fun to listen to, or interesting to listen to, and thank you for everyone and their efforts. I'm going to swing through this as quickly as I can. So I'm a landlord, by the way, work with a lot of different folks in housing support. Sorry, I lost my video there. But just to quickly go through a few quick notes that I have. So first, on Bill 337, regarding belongings of an evicted tenant. So doing this for, some period of time now, I can tell you that with plenty of notice that tenants usually have an enormous amount of time to vacate a property and take their belongings. What's always left, in my opinion, is junk. I've only seen junk. I've never not seen junk. They've had plenty of time to take, what's been discussed as grandma's photos or jewelry or anything of that nature. So for a lot of these bills, there's plenty of time and notice given to all parties in these unfortunate situations, and adding additional layers that prevent the movement of housing, meaning that to get these apartments ready for the next person is prohibitive, right? Especially for the next tenants. I work with a lot of people who are in need of housing support and are waiting for housing support, who reach out to me. I can't help them if we're constantly kind of trying to figure out what to do, and it's an enormous cost involved. So from a landlord perspective, it's unfortunate when it gets to that point, but honestly, at that point, by the time we're doing these points of the eviction, I've only seen junk in the apartments that I oversee. And then regarding unauthorized persons of residential property, 100%, this is the same thing. It's common sense. There's communication. You always have a written lease of who's in the apartment, who's coming. It's on the onus if there's any additional persons who are going to be staying and living there to notify the landlord. If there's ever gets to a point of contention, or again, we're in a point of an eviction process, there's plenty of opportunity for the potential tenant to communicate with the landlord, hey, there's someone here that I didn't tell you about. How do we figure this out? So it's not as if one day they're just upended. There's a lot of opportunity to have those conversations and so forth. So I'm very much in support of that. In addition, I'm in support of essentially those are pretty much the two ones that are, I think, of note that I noticed or listened to today that I just wanted to provide a POV on. And then that's pretty much it for my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Appreciate that. Anybody have any questions for Spencer? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up is Joshua Caskey.
Hello, I'm Joshua Caskey, resident of East Lyme, Connecticut. And I want to speak on a couple bills today. I want to speak on, I believe the committee should be opposing the bills, many of the bills regarding 830G, namely 5365, 5362, 5369, 5364, and 5366. These bills will weaken 830G and thus reduce the amount of affordable housing units being built. We all know how critical building affordable housing is, especially now, considering that we have the homeless population is continuing to explode. Yet the affordable housing necessary for these people is just not being built. And part of that, or a large part of that reason, is because of local control. Many towns have had decades to build affordable housing, and there has been some towns that have built affordable housing sufficiently. Like others have said, there's several towns that have reached that 10% threshold after the Blue Ribbon Commission adopted the 830G section. So it is possible for towns to build affordable housing. It's a choice when towns do not build affordable housing. There are grants available now. It's just really frustrating to me when I continue to hear the same arguments over and over again for the past several years about housing policy. I mean, we have people dying. We had 9 people die because they froze to death because they don't have a home. The state does have power to change zoning. And part of that is 830G. And I think, 830G is not perfect by any means, but the worst thing that we could do right now is just weaken it. It would mean thousands fewer units being built. And then secondly, I would like to support SB 339. I mean, I think if a house has 4 bedrooms, I think it's reasonable to assume that there could be 4 people living in that house, whether they're family or not family. They're still people. Whether I live with, whether I'm renting my house to a family member or to a stranger. It's not like the sewage consumption is going to be different. It won't affect zoning. It's the same building. It's the same number of cars. 4 family members could have 4 cars. 4 non-family members could have 4 cars. Like it just, it seems like it just makes sense to me. They rent their own bedrooms in their homes.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate the testimony. Any questions for Joshua? Seeing none, I appreciate it, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up is Diane Keefe. You're up.
Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing my testimony today. My name is Diane Keefe, and I live in Norwalk, Connecticut. When I was in my 20s, I rented out my house, which I had recently bought, with other young adults. Had no idea that there was any rule against that. And at this point, am in total support of 339, which would clear the way for anybody else, young or old, to take advantage of that. But the reason I'm testifying today is I'm now 67 years old, and I was at a public event where Representative Tracy Mara was asked a question by a fellow senior citizen. And that senior citizen showed her utility bill to Tracy Mara and said, "Tracy, my bill is $800 a month. Am I going to have to work until I'm 80 to be able to afford to stay living in my house? I live in a 3-bedroom house and I can't afford these bills." So it raised the point of why this should be a bipartisan bill and why it should happen now, particularly because senior citizens, divorcees, widows and widowers, people who have never been married, may be living in homes with extra bedrooms. And even Airbnb was originally launched as a company to accommodate all this excess capacity we are so blessed to have in the United States. But what ended up happening is people didn't like transient people coming in and out of their homes, and a whole new business model came and increased the demand for houses that would become businesses as Airbnbs. So we do know that there's this implicit demand that if more people knew that it was totally okay to rent their 2 or 3 extra bedrooms, they would do it. And we are facing housing cost spiraling and local property taxes spiraling because of the decline in value in commercial real estate. I, living in Norwalk, Connecticut, am surrounded by towns who have avoided building affordable housing. And so I totally agree with the opposition to all the bills that could potentially weaken 830G. My city certainly complies with 830G, but we're surrounded by towns that don't. And we very much needed 8002, and we're thrilled to see that happen. We're thrilled to see specific areas identified instead of having developers try something and then being told that, oh no, that site is completely unacceptable. We need more resource sharing and more use of existing building envelopes. And I stated my affiliation today, since I'm retired, as my membership in Sustainable Streets Norwalk, which is meant to make cities more livable, but it also makes towns more livable if there's less of a crisis with loneliness and financial insecurity. Lastly, while I've been here, I just wanted to send a supportive note for HB 5370, because I think peer support and having people in mental health crisis living together with peers who have been through it has a great clinical success and needs to be supported by the state of Connecticut. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that testimony. I do think we're hearing a lot on 339, bipartisan support. So I think that's something that we'll definitely be looking forward to jumping out of committee and seeing if we can have a conversation larger about that. So appreciate that testimony for sure. Any other questions for Diane? Awesome. Thank you. Have a great day, Diane. Thank you for testifying today. Next up, we have Hugh Bailey. Thank you, Hugh.
Hello, thank you to the members of the Housing Committee for the chance to testify today. My name is Hugh Bailey. I'm the Policy Director at Open Communities Alliance. We're a civil rights nonprofit focused on addressing housing segregation and its impact. I'm speaking about the Affordable Housing Appeals Act, known, of course, as 830G. A number of bills before this committee and others would make changes to the statute, and I think those changes are ill-advised. We know that many town leaders have strong feelings about 830G. Some say it undermines local control. Those claims are really belied by the fact that 830G itself offers ways for towns to retain that control, and it only kicks in when towns have refused to take meaningful action to solve the state's housing crisis. The statute itself dates back more than 35 years. It was passed in response to a housing crisis, and today we find ourselves in a similar situation. No law is perfect, but we should be clear that without 830G, there would have been little to no affordable housing development at all in some of our most exclusive towns. This is despite the fact that existing state law, other state law, the Zoning Enabling Act, requires all towns to plan and zone for affordability, including multifamily housing. All towns that have any zoning at all fall under these requirements, and yet too few have seriously undertaken efforts to meet its strictures. The bills under discussion today that make changes to 830G would have the effect of weakening the statute. They would not lead to more housing being built. We're in a housing crisis, and what we need is more housing. And to change laws in a way that would lead to less housing development is misguided. I'm talking specifically about HB 5364, 65, 66, and 69 that all make changes that would be detrimental to the state's effort to build more housing. HB 5632 has a provision that would slow development opportunities when a moratorium is under consideration. There is a separate element in that bill concerning the state's reporting requirements on subsidized housing that I believe is worth supporting, and I would like to see support for that aspect. Just quickly, there was a question about 8002 and 830G and how they interact. We've actually done a lot of research on that at OCA. We have found that, once housing growth plans are in place and if zoning is changed and towns really start moving towards their goals, most towns will be very likely to reach a moratorium within a short period of time. We found most towns within 1 or 2 years would reach a moratorium under 830G. So this worry that was raised, which is legitimate, that they would have towns working towards their housing growth plans and at the same time have to worry about 830G developments being proposed. What we found is that would be taken care of in pretty short order for most towns, 1 to 2 years we found, once those plans start going and once the housing starts going up, so that the laws actually work very well in concert. With that, I'll end, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hugh. Real quick, we have a question here from Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Hugh. It was my question before, so I really appreciate you addressing it proactively. Is that report on your website at Open Communities Alliance? Is it publicly available?
Yeah, it's something we have done. We've done that report. I'd certainly be happy to send it to you. We've just done a lot of work on 8002. Just as towns are going to be going through this process, there's a lot that's still up in the air. That the guidance just came out in the last day or so from OPM, so we're still putting together a lot of those pieces. But I'd be glad to share that research with you and make sure that everybody has it available.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Real quick, Hugh, I have one question. I did ask Sean this earlier, so you might have been on when I asked the question about the facility that was built in over close to Yukon. I know it might have not been an 830G. That's not the point. The point is there's some housing that is available that wasn't. You're an advocate. You are in this. You're in the weeds of all of this. This is great. Just want to give your opinion on that. What should be done? Was there mistakes? Was there something that should be done that we could learn from to hopefully not have that situation happen again? I'm just curious for your thoughts on it. As something that's in the news.
Yeah, no, I certainly saw that. That got a lot of people's attention. I think one of the things that's really important is to see how these are marketed. There needs to be affirmative marketing so that you know, these may have been built with students in mind, the units in general, but we know that there is a huge need in Mansfield, not just around the university, but within, 10 miles, 20 miles of Mansfield, there is a huge need for affordable housing. So we need to be sure that these units are marketed properly, that they are reaching different demographics, that everybody knows that these are there. I'm not going to pretend that these units are just like every other. Sean made a good point that maybe not everybody wants to live next to students, and that's certainly a consideration. So these are not like every other unit that you might see because there's so many students going to be living there. But there are a lot of people who could use affordable units. They're not all students. They're not all connected to the university. We need to make sure that affirmative marketing is happening and that it's done right. I think that's the most important thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that feedback. Awesome. Anyone else for Hugh? Hugh, have a great day. Thank you for testifying as always.
Thank you.
Next up, we have, is it Quinn is next? Yeah. Quinn Meehan.
Hello. Hello, co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Quinn Meehan, a community organizing and policy MSW intern at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut and a former intern with New Reach, a leading homelessness service provider in New Haven. Universal envisions a world where justice prevails, health is respected as a human right, and equity is realized. We support HB 5370 because no one should have to heal on the street. Additionally, we support the peer respite centers that NAMI has and the Keep the Promise Coalition have advocated for. People who are unhoused are disproportionately living with chronic health conditions, mobility impairments, mental health disabilities, substance use disorders, and complex comorbidities. Yet our current system routinely discharges medically vulnerable individuals from hospitals to shelter or the street, environments that are neither accessible nor conducive to recovery. Medical respite programs fill this critical gap. They provide short-term residential recuperative care for individuals who are medically stable enough to leave the hospital, but too ill or disabled to safely recover on the street or in a congregate shelter. When individuals have a safe place to rest, adhere to medications, attend follow-up appointments, and connect with housing supports, they stabilize more quickly and avoid cycling back into crisis care. Research from other states shows that medical respite reduces hospital readmissions and emergency department utilization, generating Medicaid savings while improving health outcomes. When individuals have a safe place to rest, they adhere to medical respite is both a humane intervention and a fiscally responsible one. Evidence from other states demonstrates that medical respite programs reduce hospital length of stay, emergency department utilization, and Medicaid expenditures. Importantly, HB 5370 also strengthens collaboration between hospitals and community-based organizations serving people experiencing homelessness. This cross-sector partnership is essential to addressing the structural intersection of housing instability and health equity. While this pilot is modest in scale, it represents an important step toward closing a long-standing gap in our health and housing systems. No one should be discharged from a hospital to the street while still medically vulnerable. In addition, we respectfully request that the Housing Committee oppose HB number 5367, as well as the proposed changes to the state's affordable housing appeals procedure in solidarity with the Partnership for Strong Communities, including the bills that you've heard about several times earlier. If Connecticut is serious about expanding housing opportunities, we must provide municipalities with incentives that both encourage participation and result in the creation of affordable homes. Instead of focusing on incentives to weaken or drastically alter Section 830G, we encourage the committee to consider stronger and more effective incentives. Universal urges the Housing Committee and the Connecticut General Assembly to pass HB 5370 and oppose those that we just listed to take a step towards housing and healing justice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Quinn. Appreciate your advocacy for the homeless as always. Any questions for Quinn? Seeing none, appreciate your time and thanks for testifying today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Johnny Shively. You're up.
Great. Well, good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony. My name is Johnny Shively, and I am the Housing Policy Manager at Elm City Communities, the housing authority for the city of New Haven. I'm here today to express my opposition to several of the bills surrounding 830G, especially HB 5362, an act implementing the recommendations of the Majority Leaders Roundtable, HB 5364, an act concerning tiered deed restrictions, HB 5365, an act increasing certain housing unit equivalent points, HB 5366, an act concerning municipal right of first refusal, and HB 5369, an act establishing a task force on the calculation of affordability in the affordable housing appeals process. I oppose these bills because, if implemented, they will enable municipalities across Connecticut to produce less affordable housing than they might under existing laws. This runs counter to the needs of our state, where we know that tens of thousands of affordable units are currently needed. By making it easier for towns to avoid affordable housing production, these bills also perpetuate a decades-long legacy of racial segregation in our state. For years, I've listened to municipal leaders provide reasons why they do not want to build more affordable housing, including environmental concerns, infrastructure limitations, and fears of overcrowded schools. And despite these concerns, I want to point out that whatever a municipality's intentions, refusing to build affordable housing in every corner of our state will mean that affordable units continue to be concentrated in our state's urban centers. This limits the ability of low-income families, who in our state are disproportionately Black and Brown, to make choices about where they want to live. And however you slice it, that is codified racial and economic segregation. Finally, I'd like to highlight the issue of homelessness, which, as many have pointed out, is a growing problem in our state. According to the State of Housing in Connecticut, a report recently published by the Partnership for Strong Communities, there has been a 43% rise in statewide homelessness since 2021. The causes and impacts of homelessness are often obscured in our discussions surrounding affordable housing, but I want to make it clear that the primary driver of homelessness in our state is a lack of affordable homes. And the outcome of a person entering homelessness is often incarceration or premature death. So when we create laws that let our cities and towns off the hook for building affordable housing, we are co-signing the reality that our neighbors will be unjustly locked up or that they will die before their time. The good news is that we can prevent these outcomes if we pass laws that encourage affordable housing production and oppose policies that diminish it. I care deeply about uplifting the health and well-being of my neighbors, and that is why I have come to speak with you today in opposition of these 5 bills. I deeply appreciate your time and consideration, and I look forward to discussing the bills further.
Johnny, thank you. Great timing. Appreciate the testimony as always. So it's like seeing you testify here. We see you pretty regularly, so appreciate that. Any questions for Johnny here in the room or online? No. Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have number 14, April Conquest.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're up.
Sorry, I'm trying to eat lunch. Sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee. My name is April Conquest. I'm a resident service coordinator / property manager for Vesta Management and a member of CTAA. Our members provide tens of thousands of apartment homes across Connecticut, including both small providers and a large professional managed communities. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in opposition to SB 337. CTAA appreciates the intent of this bill to streamline the process for handling personal property following eviction, but our concerns are the financial burden this would put on the providers. This will remove the neutral role that municipalities and state marshals currently play in this process. Under current law, property left in a unit after eviction is removed and stored in through a municipal process overseen by a state marshal. This system makes sure residents' property is handled by a neutral party. SB 337 would instead require housing providers to take on that cost. The providers will now be responsible for taking possession of inventory, store, safeguard, and disposing of a former resident's personal belongings. This is a completely significant departure from the current framework and creates new liability concerns for property owners and managers. Housing providers are not equipped to act as storage operators or property custodians. By requiring providers to store property for up to 15 days, raising practical concerns, particularly for smaller providers who may lack secure storage space or the staff necessary to manage and document personal property. This process will delay unit turnovers, slowing the process to prepare units for new residents. Also, reduce the available housing supply at a time when Connecticut is facing a significant housing shortage. Additionally, the bill exposes housing providers to potential disputes regarding the condition, value, or disposition of property. We will definitely see an increase in legal conflicts and administrative burdens to both the housing provider and the courts. While CTAA supports efforts to ensure that residents have a reasonable opportunity to reclaim personal belongings following an eviction, we believe that responsibility for storage and disposition is best handled by a neutral municipal process. The current system provides clarity and consistency while limiting disputes between landlords and former residents. Next, in reference to HB 5359. While CTAA supports clear and precise agreements and appreciates the extent of this bill to improve residents' understanding of lease terms, we do have concerns with several provisions that will limit commonly used and practical leasing tools under Connecticut General Status Title 47A. In particular, this bill would prohibit provisions related to discounted rents or concessions that are currently used in the marketplace.
Your time has expired. Please summarize.
Okay, summarize. CTA notes that the requirement to provide at least 1 to 3 months of rent payment may create a operational challenge for some housing providers, particularly small operators, and we encourage consideration of flexibility and how the requirements is sound. Okay, in closing, while we appreciate the goal of improving transparency, CTAA respectively opposes HB 5359 as drafted and encourages the committee to consider amendments that preserve flexibility for housing providers while maintaining clear communication with residents. Thank you for your time and consideration. We welcome the opportunity to work with the committee on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, April. I appreciate it. Any
You're
questions for
welcome.
April? Seeing none. Thank you, April. Appreciate it for the testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, I have John Souza, number 17. You're up, John.
Greetings. Good afternoon, Senator Marks and Representative Felipe. Representative Scott, thank you for your hard work on this snowy, cold day. And all the other members of the Housing Committee, thank you. My name is John Souza, and I volunteer as president of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners. I'm a full-time landlord. The coalition has affiliates throughout the state. For over 20 years, CCOPO has been a constructive voice for responsible landlords. These small business people often have other jobs as well as operating their property part-time and nights and weekends. We know our tenants by their first and last names and value the relationship that benefits all of us. I'm going to oppose 2 bills initially, and I support a bunch of them, and I'm going to go quick. We oppose 5359, an act concerning provisions in rental real estate agreements. Tenants often need the flexibility to stay a month or two, for example, to buy a house and do the closing. If their lease is up, I know a lot of landlords feel very unhappy about not having a lease. At least if they know that there's something coming, they can charge them a few extra bucks to let them have the flexibility that's needing. This will also harm landlords in the same way, because we need the ability to have the flexibility to have a short lease extension when necessary. No discounts. I mean, a lot of people even today start with a discount for the first couple of months to get people in the door. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but I don't know why the government wants to be involved. Number 2, raised act, let's see, it's 5360, an act concerning domestic violence and tenant screenings. While CCPO supports the efforts of abuse victims to better their lives, but this bill would not allow a landlord to deny rental housing on the basis of credit history if the applicant is a victim of domestic violence. This seems unfair to expect small housing providers to accept the additional risk without compensation. we have limited ability to scan to do credit checks as it is. One of them is credit. The state could allow up to 3 months security. That was one of the bills I saw this year. That would go a long way to making the decision to rent to somebody when their credit is poor. And that would include people who are domestic violence victims as well. Also, just to make everybody aware, the costs for evictions are so great in this state that it's very scary for a landlord to bend over backwards on their screening criteria. There's too much money to lose. You know, average one is $5,000 to $10,000 easy when you include lost rents, hiring lawyers, moving people out. All these type of things add to the cost of housing in Connecticut. Now I'll go quickly to support 339, allowing the long-term rentals of bedrooms and single family as a right. I think it's a great idea. I would add that they should actually make the evictions in that case much easier. That would actually encourage people to do it. I think, you know, retirees are a little afraid of having strangers in their house if it doesn't work out and it takes 4 months to evict. Anyways, the other ones we support are advanced rental payments. Tenants get lump sums from student loans or their tax return they often want to pay. Fair rent commissions we support. The only one that's in there that's kind of concerning is we do support the spirit of the bill, which would be 337 concerning the property of evicted tenants. But we think that the bill should include would simply state that as soon as the judgment or stay of execution expires, the court issues an order permitting the landlord to dispose of the property in the manner the landlord sees fit. If the tenant really wants the stuff, they should be able to request from the town some help. That would be a pretty fair compromise, in my opinion. Often what happens is they just disappear and the marshal has to make the
Time has
decision.
expired. Please summarize.
Thank you. I can answer any questions. I have other stuff online as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Any questions? I do have one if no one does. John, a quick question about the eviction you talked about with the one where they can allow folks to rent their bedrooms out.
Yes.
Are there other examples of eviction processes that are different than like streamlined or something like that in that scenario? Because I do agree with you. If you have a 3 or 4 bedroom house and you're renting out one of the bedroom, it is a very weird situation to have somebody you need to evict, but they're sitting there for potentially 3, 4, 5, 6 months in your house. It's a very weird situation. Is there other examples of that throughout statutes or way that they could be evicted that's not the traditional normal process?
In Connecticut, not to my knowledge, that's the problem. In Connecticut, you have to evict your own child if they're in the house and you want them to leave and they're an adult, which is pretty sad, but it happens regularly in a state time frames, like a person goes to a nursing home. So Florida has a 30-day eviction policy. Maybe we could come up with something that would allow for a quick eviction when you occupy the same house as a person, like even beyond a 2-family or less than a 2-family. I don't have any simple answer, but it would be maybe as simple as having a sheriff provide notice. You don't even have to give a reason. You got 2 weeks to be out or 3 weeks to be out, and that would be that. And they could come and remove the stuff. It should be, but it's not.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for John? No, seeing none. Thank you, John, as always.
Thank you for your service, all of you. Have a good day.
Next up, Lauren number 18. Lauren, you're up.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Tagliatella, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, which represents over 72,000 apartment homes. I'm here today in support of several bills, which feels really good, and in opposition to a few. I support SB 332 because it notifies all parties of their rights under the hearing process, including landlords, and this ultimately provides greater transparency for everyone. I think ultimately this bill is going to help mom and pop smaller operators. I also support SB 333, but with modifications. I really like that this bill clarifies the definition of advanced rental payment so that it's not confused to be security deposit. I do hope that there's a little clarity about whether we have to put this in escrow and if we have to pay interest on that advanced rental. That would just create an admin burden for us. Hopefully it's simpler than that. I also support SB 334 because it creates a uniform composition of fair rent commissions, giving equal seats to landlords. Currently, there's no statutory composition of an FRC, so this would help bring uniformity across the state. Lastly, I'm here in support of HB 5367. This provides an appropriate and balanced solution by allowing property owners to request assistance from law enforcement to remove unauthorized persons when specific conditions are met. We've already talked about SB 337. We're in opposition of this at CTAA. It's just a safety issue. You know, when tensions are high after an eviction, putting a property manager with an evicted tenant is a really bad idea. We prefer that the state marshal is still involved, as they are the neutral third party. Also here in opposition to HB 5359. This bill prohibits lease provisions that allow for increased rent after an expiration of a lease. So you have a holdover tenant and you have an additional rent because you don't actually know when they're moving out, or when someone chooses to go month to month because they're buying a house. That's mostly the situation that we have. I urge the committee not to prohibit this. Thank you very much.
Thank you as always, Lauren. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions for Lauren? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
Next up, we have number 19, Tashar Kansal. You're up.
Hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Felipe, Chair Marks, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify about SB 339. I'm Tashar Kansal, a senior officer with the Pew Charitable Trust Housing Policy Initiative, and we are a nonprofit organization that conducts research and policy work in the public interest. As you all probably know, the United States has a deficit of roughly 4 to 7 million homes, with a severe shortfall in Connecticut. From 2017 to 2023, Connecticut ranked 49th among the 50 states in its rate of permitting new homes. As a result of insufficient new housing, from February 2017 to February 2026, Connecticut's rental availability rate fell from 9% down to 5.6%, and rents rose 41% as tenants were forced to compete for scarce units. 29% of Connecticut's renters now spend at least half of their income on rent. Last year's HB 8002 marked important progress for Connecticut, but did not fully address the state's severe housing shortage. SB 339 would allow Connecticut property owners to make more efficient use of existing homes by allowing them to rent out individual rooms to tenants. Our research has found that this type of shared housing was common throughout US history. The American Enterprise Institute, another nonprofit organization, found that more than 1/3 of city residents either rented out homes in their rooms in their homes, or rented a room in the early 1900s. The number of empty bedrooms in the US in recent years has increased even as the housing shortage has worsened, because US household size has hit an all-time low of 2.49 residents. This is far lower than the 4.2 average household size in the 1920s, when zoning began to be widely adopted. 40% of renter households in the US today have just one person living in them. Because individual rooms in shared homes rent for less than either full houses or apartments, this housing is often affordable to renters earning low incomes. Pew's research has found the decline in low-cost housing was a major driver of the rise in homelessness in the 1970s and 1980s. Adding back low-cost rentals through removing regulatory barriers to shared housing could reduce rental costs and help prevent homelessness by creating an unsubsidized, lower cost rung on the housing ladder. Thank you so much for your time today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Tashar. Appreciate the testimony as always. Any questions for Tashar? Yes, we do have one. Representative Corpus.
Thank you for your testimony. On 339, you had mentioned that other states, well, maybe you hadn't mentioned that. Have other states gone as far as this bill would go, which that is to prohibit towns from preventing 3 bedrooms in a single family dwelling from being rented? So I guess my first question is, has there been state legislation anywhere else in the US that has done this, number one? And number two, How have those states' eviction laws come into play with this? Because a colleague brought this up in one of the recent questions, which is it's hard to get someone out if they're in a bedroom in your home, sharing a bathroom, sharing the front door, and all of those things. So two questions, other states and eviction laws through you.
Sure. Thank you, Representative, for your questions. So other states have actually gone significantly further than this law in that they have kind of said at the state level that localities may not regulate kind of any number of residents that are living together, regardless of whether they have any blood relation or not. And so while I think that this bill is a welcome step from Connecticut, a number of other states in the Northeast, in other parts of the country, off the top of my head, Iowa, Texas, Washington State come to mind, have actually taken additional steps to say that people can live together if they freely contract to do so, regardless of whether they have any familial relationship, regardless of the number of bedrooms or number of residents living together. In terms of eviction laws, I think that it will, vary jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but it is something that is kind of beyond the scope of our particular research, but think that would recommend that jurisdictions have in place laws that both allow rooms to be rented and allow apartments to be rented and allow people to be evicted if necessary, if they, are presenting a safety hazard or, have not paid rent or the like. And that allows for well-functioning housing markets.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Tushar. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before I move on to the next folks, just a reminder to please, of those on Zoom, to make sure you accept the invitation to join in. Just make sure you guys are in and ready to speak when you're getting called. We're going to be on number 21 coming up, but just make sure you're accepting that when it comes from our clerk. Much appreciated. Next up, we have number 21, Rachel Marchetti. Rachel, you're up.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Rachel Marchetti, a right to counsel eviction defense attorney at Greater Hartford Legal Aid. I'm here on behalf of the legal aid services in Connecticut to testify in support of HB 5359. The legal services organizations in Connecticut represent hundreds of low-income tenants every year in eviction proceedings and sees firsthand the issues that negatively impact tenants across the state. Being charged excessive or unlawful fees for simply paying their rent late, or not signing a new lease at an increased amount unfairly adds to their financial burden. HB 5359 addresses some of these issues by protecting tenants from excessive fees in their leases and helping clarify which fees exactly a landlord may charge in a lease. HB 5359 addresses these problems in 4 ways. First, it amends Connecticut General Statute Section 47A-4C to require that landlords provide at least one method for the payment of rent that can be made by the tenant at no additional fee. This prevents practices that impose an additional financial burden on low-income tenants who are simply attempting to pay their rent. Second, HB 5359 amends Section 47A-4 to disallow a lease from including a rental increase or other specific payment amounts for a time period after the expiration of a lease. We regularly see tenants who are charged hundreds of dollars per month extra in holdover fees when their written leases end and they go to a month-to-month status. These holdover fees are sometimes used as leverage to pressure a tenant to signing a new written lease with an increased rent rather than attempting to negotiate a new rent amount. Third, HB 5359 amends Section 47A-4 to disallow lease provisions that require the tenant to pay a higher rent amount if they breach the rental agreement. This would prohibit a landlord from increasing the rent as a penalty for late rent payment under the guise that the rent the tenant failed to pay was a discounted rental rate. Landlords use this provision as a way to charge extra late fees in excess of the cap set by Connecticut General Statute Section 47A-15A. Lastly, HB 5359 amends Section 47A-7D of the 2026 supplement to the general statutes to require that the Department of Housing publish an updated standardized rental term summary form for written leases that discloses what late fees are charged under the lease. This will increase tenants' awareness of the late fees they're agreeing to instead of having the fees provision buried in a lengthy lease. This will make it more obvious if such late fees violate the maximum late fee provisions in Section 47A-15A. From our experience, many tenants and even some landlords don't know that their late fees are too high under the current statutes. HB 5359 is a common sense solution that will help protect Connecticut residents from excessive fees in their leases and help clarify exactly what fees a landlord and tenant are agreeing to. The goal of this bill is to promote clarity and transparency in lease agreements. The Legal Aid Services of Connecticut urges its passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate the testimony. Any questions for Rachel? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Rachel. I know I am just arriving here to this public hearing. I was down the hall in labor. And so I do have a question. I got to get the bill number. I think it was 5361 that you mentioned.
5359 is what?
59. Thank you. So on the provision about the holdover and the additional costs, yeah, I hear your argument and concern about when a tenant resident goes month to month, and the belief that a landlord may have excessive fees, or that I'm using your words, not mine. I'm telling you what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong. But that the fees go up, the holdover fees, in an attempt to negotiate a higher rent with the tenant. That's what I heard you say. So correct me if you have any clarifications.
Yeah,
there.
I think they use it to discourage negotiation, not encourage it.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is right through holdover fees, they're going to encouraging higher rents. They're trying to get higher rents is what I think I heard you say. And so my question is, what prevents the two parties from getting to the negotiating table? If the lease is up December 31st, and those were the terms of the lease, what is preventing the two parties from getting together in October, November, December, whatever the normal time period would be, to renew the lease prior to this going into month to month? Through you, Mr. Ranking Member.
Yes, I don't think it prevents negotiation completely. I think what it wants to discourage is trying to preemptively end the negotiations by agreeing to a holdover fee like the year before when you sign the year-long lease. So it's saying that you can't do those holdover fees, but instead at the end of the lease, encourage negotiation then to be, okay, now we've converted to a month to month. Let's have a meeting of the minds of what we now want the rent to be versus a year ago, you agreed that you would do this increase.
A follow-up question to that, if I may. So when both parties sign the lease, I know we've discussed this ad nauseum over the not today necessarily, but over the past months and years, that both parties know that when the lease begins and when the lease ends. And so knowing that lease is coming to an end, I don't understand. It seems to me like you're discounting the fact that both parties would or should be getting together before the lease ends, before going into holdover. I've been a tenant myself, and there was a time when we signed an 8-month lease because we were moving to a new place that wasn't ready. And when the 8 months came up, the house still wasn't ready, and I had to hold over for a couple more months. So I understand that circumstances come up that, and I'm a perfect example of that, where we intended to be out after the 8 months, which was, again, 8 or 10, whatever it was. It wasn't 6 months. It wasn't 12 months. It was an odd number of months. And we weren't ready to go. And I know that we agreed to hold over fees because the landlord had the place for sale and wanted it empty. And so we paid a premium to remain there for a couple more months for our convenience. And it was inconvenient for her as she was trying to sell the place. So, but having noted that, I just think it seems like in your argument that it's discounted that both parties really should be getting together. If the intent is for the resident to stay, then they should both know where they're going to end up long before the lease ends. Does that make sense? That it seems like that was missed in your testimony through you?
Yeah, I'm sorry if that was missed. I think that they should be negotiating towards the end of the lease, because what we want is to come together towards the end when they're, instead of a year ago and you don't know your situation, but it's now we come back to the table, and instead of either you pay these holdover fees or agree to this rent increase, it's kind of more of a conversation. So I think we kind of agree on wanting people to have an opportunity to negotiate more because circumstances change since you first signed a lease a year ago.
Thank you for that clarification. No more questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for Rachel? Seeing none, thank you, Rachel. Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, number 22, Margarita Alban.
Good afternoon, House Chair Felipe, Senate Chair Marks, Ranking Members Scott and Sampson, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Margarita Alban, and I chair the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm here to speak about several bills. The first is the proposal in HB 5364 to reduce the deed restriction period below 40 years. Oddly enough, the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission is completely aligned with all the housing advocates you will hear from today. We feel that this reduces the amount of affordable housing that will be on the market and our ability to get forward as a state in terms of our goals, reducing it to 20 years. I'd also like to speak about SB 339 on the borders, allowing boarding. We have allowed boarding for 40, 50 years in Greenwich. We allow 2 boarders in every house. And we also allow separately for any unrelated parties to share a house. And we have a regulation that enables up to 12 people to share a house together. I would suggest that instead of being as prescriptive and one size fits all with the borders, that you simply change that bill to say that no town shall prohibit the ability to have a border or shall prohibit unrelated parties from living together. Next one up is 5369, which is to study the 10% goal statewide. I would suggest that that be tabled. We are, as Representative Corpus has pointed out many times, we're in the process of integrating PA 25-1, HB 8002. It is going to give us all housing plans. We will capture our affordability needs, and the 10% wisdom will become evident in that process, I do believe. The last one, and you heard Mr. Hollister be very eloquent, SB 338, where you don't get points if your litigation on 830G lasts more than 6 months. Sometimes it's not our fault. Litigation happens. It can be complicated. And there's a reason the legal process exists. And I think you gotta let it play out. To punish towns, it's adversarial. And I don't see the purpose of that. Those are the main ones. Did I leave anything out? Any questions?
Thank you, Margarita. Any questions? Yes, I figured we'd have one from Tina Corpus.
Hi, Margarita. Thank you for testifying. It's nice to see you. On the 339, the Golden Girls bill that we're talking about today, it's interesting because you actually think this should be even more expansive, simply that towns should not prohibit the ability to have a border and then let towns decide that on their own. Did I understand you right? That's
Yeah,
how you feel
it's
about that?
let us decide. We have 2 separate regulations. That's what's really interesting. We have one that's actually more like the Golden Girls thing, where a bunch of people can go just get a house together, and not as boarders, but as sharing the house. And then we have a regulation that says you can have 2 boarders. Some towns may want to do that, but we've never been asked to expand the number of boarders we allow. So it meets a need. We're clear it meets a need. We know we have it, but we haven't been asked to expand it. So I would let towns do it, is all I'm suggesting. Let us figure out what works for each town.
Thank you. Thanks for your
Thank
testimony.
you, Madam.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? Seeing none, Ms. Alban, thank you for your time. We appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
I do not see number 23 online, so we're going to go to Jack Pavia from Norwalk. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Honorable Co-Chair Senator Marks and Representative Felipe, Vice Chair Senator Gaston and Representative Roberts, and ranking members Senator Sampson and Representative Scott, and the entirety of the Housing Committee. My name is Jack Pavia. I lead communications for Sustainable Streets Norwalk. I was delighted to see an additional member testify earlier, Diane Keefe. In addition to walking, biking, public transit, and urban spaces, we advocate for additional housing options. It's for that reason that I'm testifying today in favor of SB 339, an act allowing long-term rentals of bedrooms in a single-family home as of right. I'm 21 years old. I'm graduating from college in just a few short months. This bill would allow people like me to share a home with a senior looking for extra income to pay for property taxes. It makes someone like me more likely to be able to afford a home in the future by renting part of it to someone and putting that money towards paying off my mortgage. It allows for the natural steps of life, basically, to proceed without delay due to costs, whether it be settling into a vibrant community or retiring with dignity. My advocacy North Star is creating a situation where people are given the breathing room to live in the community they love without the cost burden that forbids them from having the time to create beautiful things and enjoy their days with the people they love. Right now, that vision is out of reach, as the average age of first-time home buyers has reached 38 years old due to the average cost of buying a home increasing by $130,000 just in the last 5 years. I love this state. It's where I grew up, and it's where I want to be able to afford to live in the coming years. This bill is a small swing, and I'm delighted to see bipartisan support, and it's a step in the right direction. I urge this committee to support this Golden Girls bill and want to preempt a question. This is my first time testifying before the Connecticut General Assembly, and therefore I am not yet quite familiar enough with the members of this committee to suggest to them which Golden Girl they would be. Thank you.
I can tell you right now.
Thanks, Jack. I did not know this was your first time testifying. I know I've seen you around before. Thank you for your advocacy and your work. Any questions from members? Seeing none, Jack, enjoy the rest of your day. Stay warm in there. Stay warm out there. Next is Bob DeCosmo.
Hey, good afternoon, committee members. Bob DeCosmo, Connecticut Property Owners Alliance. I'm going to give testimony on brief testimony on a number of bills. We support the two bills regarding the Fair Rent Commission. I think it's important to have equal balance from both sides on the commission, as well as there should be some training in regarding fair market analysis, because understanding, comparing apples to apples is important. So, having these people understand how to do the research and making sure the units are comparable. 336, an act concerning housing. I implore you guys to include the eviction process in this study. Connecticut, you heard every landlord that's ever testified in this committee saying that if the evictions were shorter, they would be more lenient with their tenant screening criteria. I would bet to say that states that have a quicker eviction have more affordable rents, less homelessness, less blight, and less housing violations. We really got to look at the eviction process. It does take months to go through, and it could be extended. The longest eviction I've seen on record is 2 years and 8 months, and the landlord lost his building in foreclosure. And those tenants went out and did it to the next landlord. So we should look at the eviction process. I am against 5359 for the stated holdover provisions. We'll talk a little bit about 5360 as I do background checks. And I'm not opposed to the bill, but I am concerned that we need to have more of a burden of proof. And instead of having one item presented, perhaps it should be two of the three items in Section E of the bill. What's happened, unfortunately, with the emotional support animals. People can go online and get a certificate claiming that they have a need. I don't want to see the same thing happen here, but we do want to help out the people that have been victims of domestic violence. It's a concern. The squatter bill, 5367, yes, I support it. A friend of mine was actually remodeling an apartment. He showed it about a week before it was ready to rent. The people moved in. Over the weekend, they unlocked the bathroom window and they snuck in through the window and they moved in because they were being evicted from another apartment. When the crew went to work on Monday, the people were living there. They called the cops. The cops couldn't do anything because they had their name on the mailbox. So they went to move for the eviction. The tenants or the occupants called the health department because when they were working on the apartment, it did not have a vanity. The bathroom sink was not in. They called the health department. The health department said to the owner, you got to put the sink in. He says, I'm not. They're not my tenants. They moved in illegally. If you don't put the sink in, we're going to have you arrested. So yes, we have a problem with squatters in Connecticut. I'd love to see this bill pass. There's got to be some ability to get rid of people that break into apartments. And what other bill was here? Well, that's it then. So I wish you guys luck, and you've got a lot of important bills in front of you. And thank you for what you guys do for the housing community.
Thank you, Mr. DeCosmo. Are there any questions from members? I just have one quick question. You spoke about studying the eviction process, and I think that I would concur that that's probably something that we should do at some point. My thing is that when you talk about how long the eviction process takes, I sympathize with that. However, there is this kind of deal that a lot of our judges will give folks to stay in place for a couple of months. Do you think there's a certain amount of time that would work better? I know they usually give around 4 to 5. If they were to give 2 months, I understand that that's still a burden on you as a housing provider. Is that a little bit better?
Well,
would that be a way to fix the process?
The amount of time that they're staying isn't really a concern as long as they're staying and they're paying. But if they're getting to stay without paying, then that complicates the situation. And really what it does is it drives up the cost of that rent to the next tenant coming in. So, I mean, we don't have a problem with paying use and occupancy for the units as part of the agreement. But I don't think, people should be allowed to stay for extended periods of time and not pay rent. So
Understood. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time, and we appreciate having you before us.
Thank you.
Next is Samuel Hooper.
Thank you very much, Chair Marks, Chair Felipe, members of the committee. My name is Samuel Hooper. I'm Legislative Counsel at the Institute for Justice. Thanks very much for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 339, the Golden Girls Bill. We are a nonprofit civil liberties law firm that works across the country to promote economic liberty and property rights. And we strongly support this bill because it's a pro-property rights solution to expand housing choice and promote opportunity without dismantling any concerns about health, safety, or local building standards. The first thing I'd point out is this issue isn't ideological. So as other speakers have alluded to, across the country, red and blue states alike are re-examining restrictive rules around occupancy limits and embracing this Golden Girls housing. We've seen states as diverse as New Hampshire, Montana, Florida, Oregon, and Washington, to an even greater degree, moving in this direction to reduce barriers to shared housing. And the common thread is simple. Making better use of existing homes is a practical and bipartisan response to rising housing costs. I want to kind of preemptively address some of the rhetoric that I know opponents often bring up out of legitimate concerns, that maybe this means cramming, 10 children into a single bedroom and overwhelming schools, strains on infrastructure and things like that. This bill doesn't repeal building codes, fire codes, or square footage standards. They remain fully in force. All it does by amending Section 8.2D is simply ensure that if an owner-occupant wants to, they can rent up to 3 bedrooms for 6 months or more as of right without needing that special permit. We've seen success where this has been done elsewhere. So shared housing can help seniors to age in place. That's why organizations like the AARP, generally quite supportive, can help young workers and teachers afford to live in high opportunity neighborhoods where they otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to live. And it can help homeowners manage rising property taxes and mortgage costs. And often this is already happening informally anyway. By bringing legal clarity to it, it brings it out of the shadows, will improve safety and compliance rather than driving it underground. I did want to pick up on the concern that was mentioned earlier around fire safety. And I think it's important to bear in mind that under this bill, a single family house will still probably have the same number of people living in it that it was designed for, with all bedrooms occupied. It's just that now they'll be unrelated in some cases rather than exclusively a family. Over time, as Mr. Cancel from Pew Trust said, he talked about families getting smaller while homes expanding in square footage, which leaves them more underoccupied than was the case before. So this bill will help to enable the full and more efficient use of our existing housing stock, while doing nothing to cause overcrowding or fire risk. It just returns the kind of level of utilization that was common a few decades ago when Golden Girls was on TV and before we had to binge it on streaming services. So this is a careful reform. It only applies to owner-occupied housing, caps the number of bedrooms for rent at 3, and it leaves health and safety provisions intact. And for all of these reasons, because it's a pro-property rights solution to the housing crisis, the Institute for Justice is very pleased to support this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your time and your perspective. Have a good rest of your day. Next, we have Tim Valinskis. I'm not sure which one. I'm sure you'll correct me. The floor is yours, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, chairs and ranking members and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Tim Valinskis. I am a small residential home builder from Ridgefield, Connecticut, and I am also a member of the Ridgefield Affordable Housing Committee. Today, I want to talk to you about HB 5369. So I think that bill comes the closest to what I wanted to bring up, and that's when does the 830G builder's remedy come into effect? Right now, it's based on a 10% affordable housing metric, which I feel has a lot of issues along with it, which I'm not going to get into. I want to state that with the adoption of HB 8002, the framework that's established there gives us an opportunity for towns to adopt either an approved regional housing growth plan or a municipal one that's approved by the state. And once they implement that in their zoning, at that point in time, they should receive an immediate moratorium to the 830G builder's remedy. I think that's probably the best way to go. Along with the given the immediate moratorium, I think the state also needs to legalize missing middle housing in SB 151. Again, communities that do adopt a approved plan, they should give them some flexibility with the missing middle regulations. We also have to talk about the housing targets. What constitutes, what goes into the regional growth plans or the municipal growth plans. Unlike the 10% target, which is focused solely on subsidized housing or deed restricted housing, that the targets adopted by these regional or municipal plans should include a wide range of market rate housing too that we need. It's like lower cost market rate housing. Communities would get credit for those. Those projects can blend in much better to the typical community fabric. They can be smaller, small town home projects, small lot, single family home projects. So I think it would be a lot easier for towns to adopt those. We've seen some great transit-oriented development projects like in Darien, the Corbin District's a fantastic project. Redevelopment of a strip commercial. Again, all these things can go into a broad housing target. I think is be much more amenable to towns. And the last thing, I think number 4 on my list was you should actually strengthen the builder's remedy for communities that don't want to go along. So I think there's a big risk that a lot of communities or some communities will disregard the regional planning process altogether and say we're going to disregard funding, we're going to disregard the planning process, and we're just going to stay it as is. And in a lot of communities, the 830G builder's remedy is just not financially feasible, so they can just basically disregard it with impunity. And that's it. I'll be taking any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, your points are well taken, and if you'd like to send an email to either the chairs or the rankings, we'd be happy to have a conversation. Next is Brian Lemire.
Good afternoon, Housing Committee members. My name is Brian Lemire. I'm the Senior Director of Operations at Paradigm Communities and a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, which represents providers of more than 75,000 apartment homes across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in opposition to SB 337 and HB 5359, and in support of SB 334. I'll actually start with the support of SB 334, as we've heard quite a bit already in opposition of SB 337 today. As for SB 334, includes provisions that support the creation of joint and regional fair rent commissions and improve administrative coordination between municipalities. These regional approaches can help ensure that commissions operate more efficiently and consistently, particularly in smaller municipalities that may not otherwise have the resources to support a commission of their own. Importantly, the bill also provides for balanced representation on fair rent commissions by requiring equal representation of landlords and tenants. This balanced approach helps ensure that decisions are informed by multiple perspectives and that the process remains fair and credible for all parties involved. On to SB 337, which we oppose at CTAA. This bill would shift responsibility for handling personal property after an eviction from a neutral municipal process to individual housing providers. Current law uses a state marshal to remove and store items, ensuring third-party oversight and reducing disputes and liability. This bill would require housing providers to inventory, store, and dispose of belongings, tasks many, especially smaller providers, are not equipped to manage. It could delay unit turnover during a housing shortage and increase legal disputes. We support giving a chance to reclaim property, but that should remain a neutral municipal responsibility. In reference to HB 5359, while we support clear and transparent rental agreements and appreciate the intent of this bill to improve tenant understanding under Connecticut General Statutes Title 47A, we have concerns with several provisions as drafted. First, the bill would prohibit discounted rent and move-in concession structures that are commonly used in the marketplace. These tools help renters with the cost of moving, which we discussed a lot last week during the public hearing. Limiting this flexibility may unintentionally lead to higher base rents and fewer options for renters. Second, restricting lease provisions that address rent increases after expiration may make holdover situations more difficult to manage and reduce clarity around renewals. These provisions are standard practice and predictability for both residents and housing. These are the reasons we respectfully oppose SB 337 and HB 5359, and we support SB 334. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Lemire. Any questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your time, and I know we've heard from others in the association. We thank you guys for your collaboration and communication.
Great, thank you.
I just want to remind folks who might be watching, who may be in the attendees panel, if you do not accept your elevation to panelist, you will not be able to speak. Also, if you're not logged on right now, we're only a few left, so get in while you can get in. Next is John Levin. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Hi, my name is John Levin. I live in Norwalk. I was surprised to learn about SB 339, the Golden Girls bill, and I'm thrilled with that moniker for it because it lets me actually wear my Golden Girls t-shirt for this type of event. But my first thought was, why is this even necessary? Of course, homeowners can rent out spare bedrooms to tenants of their choice. I thought. I have been on both sides of this type of very normal private home sharing agreement while living in Connecticut. In 1990, before I think most of you were born, I took a job with a distressed debt securities broker in Coscob, and I needed a place to crash nearby. I found it, a 4-bedroom house shared with other single men also working in the area. And I made some new friends. 2 years later, my wife and I bought our home in Norwalk, and the mortgage, insurance, and property tax combined was a pretty big number. So we found roommates to share it with who could pay us rent and help to make our newly purchased home more affordable for us. We did it for a few years and it worked great. At no time did it ever occur to me that these roommate and house sharing arrangements might not be legal. How could they not be? So it appears that SB 339 simply allows people to do what they already are doing and certainly have been doing for seriously decades or centuries. SB 339 simply prevents overreach by town zoning authorities who might arbitrarily seek to block homeowners and renters from using their property as they wish with no imposition onto others. Our state needs housing solutions. This bill helps, and it costs nothing. I'm sort of shaking my head. How is this not a no-brainer? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. We appreciate your time. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. For folks online, don't worry if your number is lower than the next ones we call. We're just going to get folks out of the queue, and then we'll elevate more folks to panelists. Next, we have Sarah Fox.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee. I'm Sarah Fox, CEO of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and we lead the Connecticut the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and we lead the Connecticut Can End Homelessness campaign. We work with partners across the state, with municipalities, state agencies, and people currently experiencing homelessness to prevent and solve homelessness into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in opposition of efforts to weaken Section 830G and in support of HB 5370 to create respite homes. I want to just share, I spoke with a provider just recently who told me that during one of the coldest nights of this winter, their outreach team encountered someone sleeping outside who'd been working full-time just months before. Their rising rent and unexpected expenses pushed them out of housing. What struck me most was it was not just the cold, but the exhaustion, and that the individual kept saying to the person, I did everything right. And to me, that is what the affordability crisis is doing in human terms. All the bills before you really get to the nature of, they don't help to solve this crisis. Homelessness is rooted in affordability, and the rental crisis that stems from the national pressures is playing out right here in Connecticut. We know that it's more costly than ever to rent, and that the only way to solve homelessness is through the building of affordable housing all across the state. You will see in my testimony some of the state stats and the direct impact and line that the lack of affordable housing has on homelessness across Connecticut. We know that so many people are falling into homelessness because there's just not a place to go. And the more we can build affordable housing, the more we can ease some of these requirements, the better we're going to be. And when we are not able to house people, when we are not able to build affordable housing, when we are restricted, what that means is we cannot access stable housing, and we build up in emergency departments, hospital stays, crisis services, and sometimes in the carceral system. A hospital stay can exceed $3,000. An emergency department stay averages around $1,600, but it can go on and on and on. Housing and prevention cost far less, and they work. So in essence here, we don't want to see 830G weakened. We do understand the municipalities and the need to sort of like do this in a very planful way. Affordable housing is one of the tools that builds communities. And we respectfully urge you to oppose efforts that weaken that. We also ask that you support the respite home bill. As homelessness rises, more individuals with serious health needs are discharged from hospitals and need a safe place to recover. So thank you so much for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you, Sarah. You're 3 for 3 in public hearings this year. Any questions from members? Seeing none, we thank you for your time, and I'm sure we'll be seeing each other soon.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Next is John Guskowski. Floor is yours, sir. As soon as you unmute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. I was compiling my notes. I didn't expect to jump in so soon, but I'm happy to be here. Chair Felipe, Chair Marks, ranking members Scott and Sampson, and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is John Guskowski. I'm a professional planner with Tyche Planning and Policy Group. I am also the Government Relations Officer and Government Relations Committee co-chair for the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, which is a professional organization of your over 400 members, your town planners, regional planners, state planners, consultants, and allied professionals. We are your eyes and ears on the ground for planning and zoning matters and are happy to be able to testify. We submitted testimony on a whopping 9 bills before the Housing Committee today for the hearing. I cannot go through all of them, but I will say broadly speaking, we have submitted testimony in opposition to House Bills 5365, Senate Bill 338, and others that attempted to basically modify the moratorium requirements and housing unit equivalent points that would serve to allow municipalities to game out moratoria and avoid affordable housing. So we oppose those bills. We strongly oppose the House Bill 5366, allowing municipalities to have the right of first refusal. This is one of the worst bills I've seen in a while. It would basically allow well-financed municipalities who are not interested in housing opportunities to essentially catch and kill proposed affordable housing developments in their communities. And we think that is a very bad idea. We do strongly support Senate Bill 339, the allowance for rentals of bedrooms in single-family residences, essentially the Golden Girls bill. We think this is an important step, one tool among many, many tools that will help address our affordable housing crisis. In Connecticut, we also support House Bill 5362, implementing the recommendations of the Majority Leaders Roundtable, as well as a task force on the calculation of affordability, House Bill 5369. We oppose 5369 because essentially that is duplicative of a lot of the work that is being done by the Council on Housing Development that was created by Public Act 25-1 last November. And then finally, we do support a study, House Bill 5368, which concerns deeply affordable housing. This is something that has not been studied sufficiently and is kind of a missing piece in our affordable housing puzzle because 830G and other affordable housing laws basically focus on 60% and 80% income levels. And we really do need to have some more information about deeply affordable housing. And so we would encourage that. Again, we submitted testimony on 9 bills, and I encourage the commission to read those all, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for this gentleman? Seeing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Weingarten, friend of the show. Maria, there?
Hi, I'm just trying to find all my, to start the video here. Sorry about that. Thank you so much to the committee, esteemed members of the Housing Committee for letting me speak on the 20 different bills that you have today. I will be submitting testimony, I believe, on 8 or 9 out of the 20 bills that you have before you today. But I think I'm going to zoom out a little bit because I think it's just there's too many things. So I will focus on a couple of things that I think are critical. I like the idea of having a stay on moratoriums. If you have a town that's submitted a moratorium for a moratorium, they should be able to prevent a situation which has happened in Fairfield recently, where you had a developer submit 2 or 3 or more 830G plans on one property just because there was that 90-day review period by the state. So I think it's important that we don't have someone gaming the system here. I actually look at it a little differently that if you really want to encourage housing development, why are we not letting all municipalities know how many HUE points they have? Maybe that would encourage more towns to develop more affordable more quickly. So I would suggest having a dashboard on the state website where all towns could see, here's how many HUE points you have, what you might need as a goal so that you can, get to have some relief from 830G. I would also say that the HUE points for more deeply affordable, that's a great bill. Makes a lot of sense when you consider that deeply affordable housing, that all of this housing that's being developed that's only 40 years is only targeted at the 60 and 80%. And as your studies have shown, that the deepest affordable is what's missing. Now, the challenge remains that those units are very difficult to build by the private sector because it's too expensive and it doesn't pencil out for them. So you still need to work with the state hand in hand to make sure that you have some vouchers or anything else that can help create that more deeply affordable. I would also say that the bill that says that you can allow less time for your affordable units makes no sense whatsoever. We right now have 5,000 units of affordable disappearing in the next 5 years. So why would we decrease that in any way? I would suggest that Stanford has a 99-year policy on its affordable housing. I think that should be implemented statewide, mainly because once you reach the 40 years, even if you have an affordable project, you've already made the project pencil out. So whether it's 40 years or 99 years, it doesn't matter to the project. It's still a viable project. So that means that those units stay affordable for longer and you don't have towns on a hamster wheel trying to maintain. So, and then finally, I just want to talk overall about the 830G as it's laid out in your roundtable discussion. It was mentioned that when it was set up back in 1990, that it was based on 4 different categories, and that was based on what reporting was available. It's a very narrow definition of what is affordable, and it doesn't really capture affordability. I'll wrap up in a second. So I think we have to recognize that different parts of the state have very different market conditions, and that report does not reflect that fact, that certain communities cannot have chaffa loans because their property values are too high or their residents' incomes are too high. They can't have farm loans because they don't have farms based on what the government recognizes within the state. So I think, and they're not allocated vouchers. So I think these are all reasons that we need to take a closer look at 830G and encourage more participation by municipalities rather than trying to prevent their getting involved. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I don't see any. I have a few, but I made the rule beginning of this meeting that if it had to be preceded by a 2-minute, comment, then I'll send it via email. So I'll send you an email.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Next, we have Councilwoman Anita Martinez from Bridgeport, also 3 for 3 in housing public hearings this year.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Marks, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Anita Martinez. I am proudly serving as a City Councilwoman in Bridgeport. I am here in strong support of HB 5369, HB 5368, HB 5363, and respectfully urge the committee to give these bills a favorable report. Bridgeport, like many municipalities across Connecticut, continue to face serious housing challenges, including rising rents, limited housing supply, aging housing stock, and increasing cost burdens on working families and seniors. These bills represent thoughtful and constructive steps towards strengthening our state's housing policy framework. HB 5369 establishes a task force to study the impact of the 10% affordable housing threshold under Connecticut General Statute 8-30G and how affordability is calculated within the affordable housing appeals process. Section 8-30 plays a significant role in shaping housing production statewide. A careful review of its implementation will help ensure the statute functions as intended, encouraging meaningful affordable housing development while providing clarity and predictability for municipalities. HB 5368 directs the Department of Housing to study the availability of deeply affordable, deed-restricted housing and the feasibility of creating a grant program to incentivize such development. In Bridgeport, many residents are cost burdened and earning well below area median income. Increasing the supply of deeply affordable housing is essential to preventing displacement, reducing homeless risk, and promoting long-term housing stability. HB 5363 advances housing stability efforts by strengthening state oversight and policy tools aimed at improving access to affordable housing and ensuring greater accountability within the housing system. Measuring that enhanced transparency, coordination, and access directly benefit cities like Bridgeport, where the demand for affordable housing continues to outpace supplies. I also strongly support SB 339, commonly referred as the Golden Girls Bill, which allows unrelated adults, particularly seniors, to share housing in a manner that is not treated as a prohibited boarding arrangements under local zoning or occupancy restrictions. The bill takes inspiration from the share housing module popularized by the television series The Golden Girls and reflects a practical, real-world solution to today's affordable crisis. This measure would be especially beneficial in Bridgeport. Many of our residents already rely on one-bedroom apartments because they are the most affordable option in the city. However, for seniors on fixed income and single adults facing rising rents, even one-bedroom unit can strain monthly budgets. Allowing compatible adults to share housing provides immediate affordability reliefs without new construction, without public subsidized, and without placing additional strain on municipal resources. From a statewide perspective, SB 339 offers multiple benefits. It maximizes the use of existing housing stock at a time where supply is constrained. It provides seniors with an opportunity to age in place while reducing isolation. It reduces housing cost burden without requiring additional state expenditures. It offers a flexible market-driven solution that completes broader affordable housing production. I am almost wrapping up, if I may, please, Representative Felipe.
Go ahead.
Share housing modules represent a common sense, compassion, and economically efficient response to the challenge. Housing stability is directly tied to economic development, educational outcomes, and public health. When families have access to safe affordability, communities thrive. As a councilwoman of the state's largest city, I regularly hear from residents who are struggling with rising rents, limited availability, and barriers to securing stable housing. While we are taking steps at local level, meaningful progress requires partnership and leadership at the state level. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to favorably report HB 5369, HB 5368, and HB 5363. Thank you for your time and your commitment to addressing Connecticut housing needs. Respectfully, Councilwoman Anita Martinez.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know I appreciate you. Any questions or comments from members? Seeing none, enjoy your day.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
See you back in Bridgeport. Next, we have Aaron Boggs.
Thank you to the chairs of the Housing Committee and its members for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aaron Boggs. I'm the Executive Director of Open Communities Alliance, a statewide civil rights organization dedicated to ensuring that every person in Connecticut has housing choices in areas with opportunity, and every community provides opportunity to its residents. I'm here today to testify in favor of Section 8 of Raised Bill 5362. Other OCA staff have testified on other aspects of that bill. 43% of Black and Latinx families in Connecticut live in the 4% of the land area that is facing the greatest challenges in terms of income, employment, school performance, and more. Only 9% of white families live in these areas. The very real role that governments at all levels have played in generating housing segregation is well known and well documented. Black and Latinx families have about 1/10 of the wealth of white families, and historians and policy experts such as Richard Rothstein have assessed that this can be entirely attributed to redlining and racial covenant practices going back as far as the 1930s that denied families of color the opportunity to build intergenerational wealth through homeownership in areas where homes appreciated at meaningful levels. Such wealth allows for family investments that promote well-being, for example, in addressing health issues, supporting college tuition, and providing retirement so the next generation does not have to. When the Federal Fair Housing Act was passed in 1968, Congress recognized that we need to do more than just stop discriminating. We need to repair and take proactive steps to fix what had been done in the past. This is called affirmatively furthering fair housing. Over the last several years and in different federal administrations, HUD has abandoned a federal regulation that required affirmatively furthering fair housing and gave it some meat. But we're lucky here in Connecticut that we have a series of state laws that fill in for that, including Connecticut General Statute 8-37BB, which requires certain data reporting and an analysis of what the state housing agencies are doing on affirmatively furthering fair housing. Unfortunately, over the years, the Department of Housing actually was taken out of this obligation. It now only applies to the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. And so we are requesting in this section that the Department of Housing be put back in, which will create some obligations to collect the data and think about both how we're expanding housing choices and investing and creating opportunity in places that have historically been disinvested from. So I ask that you consider this bill. And it actually will allow for the streamlining of reporting obligations from our state housing agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boggs. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Next, we have, I saw Adam Bonoff on here. Did he drop off, Mike? Okay. Pete Harrison.
Good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, it just was abrupt.
Floor is yours, sir.
Awesome. Well, really appreciate members of the committee, the staff at the Capitol for hanging in on the snowstorm and make sure you get home safe. My name is Pete Harrison. I'm the Connecticut Director of the Regional Plan Association. We're a 100-year-old civic organization that does research planning and advocacy in the built environment. And we oversee the Pro Homes Connecticut program. My colleague, Nick Cantor, spoke on behalf of SB 339 earlier today. So I'm just coming in to suggest a couple of friendly amendments to clarify some language and answer any questions that may have come up since I'm particularly on parking or evictions. We believe that the intent of the bill, of course, both in the name and in the substance of it, is to make renting a room as of right for anyone that's non-familial and blood relations, and also to fall under existing building and safety code. It may be that in the final line of the bill that is presumed in exemptions for zoning, but we're not actually sure that these are points that are clarified in the language. So we do suggest at least taking a look to make sure that LCO is clear that intent is articulated in the law. And fourth and finally, and sort of speaking to evictions that came up earlier, we had recommended that the Department of Housing update its current model lease arrangement to have a rider specifically for common interest, specifically for issues of driveway, garage, living spaces that are shared, kitchens, bathrooms, etc. We think that those currently do fall under existing landlord-tenant agreements, but we do think it would make it even easier for a homeowner or a home renter to take advantage of this with an additional rider, just to clarify what kind of questions a senior that has some girlfriends moving in or young people having some friends move in to rent would need to consider to make it legal and safe as much as possible. And I think that's actually it for the friendly. Yes, that is it actually. So I will stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that, Pete. Appreciate you talking about 339. I think you kind of started to hit on it. I want to talk a little bit about 339, which I'm supportive of. But some people did bring up a point about evictions at that facility and that kind of situation. These are people literally living in your home, sharing potentially, square footage of your house for that. Just curious. We don't have any separate kind of eviction process for that scenario, but I do worry about that scenario being very contentious. It's one thing to evict somebody who doesn't live in your house. It's totally something totally different to evict someone that literally in your house. Have you given any thought to that possibility of how that could happen? How we could maybe, I don't want to use the word streamline, but how that process could be different than the current process. I just have a hard time believing keeping someone in that house 3 to 4 months after you're told to be evicted, literally they can be living next to you. Is this kind of little weird, I guess, situation? Appreciate your feedback on that.
Yeah, appreciate that question, Representative. I think there are a couple different ways to think about this, and one way to think about it is actually the opposite effect, that there are quite a bit of informal arrangements right now that folks are doing, whether it's renting out a single room, a basement, or something like that. And if anything, this would make it legal and safe to do so and take a lot of folks out of a gray zone that you would, in fact, fall under the normal basic landlord-tenant relations in Connecticut. So I think that's actually a net positive for this type of situation for most people that are actually experiencing this type of housing now informally. Second, I would say it's not something that we're particularly concerned about. Connecticut law does have these kinds of arrangements already. I don't think even the good cause eviction bill, which we're supportive of, would apply here, that there is in fact, a carve out for below 4 units. So what is already the case for a landlord and a tenant in a legal and safe arrangement would apply here. And again, I'm not a tenant attorney, but I think there's safe protections. And then finally, why we had recommended that the DOH that currently does have this model lease arrangement, I'm sure you're all familiar with, it just adding in a rider for folks to consider what those common interest issues are and clarifying what those arrangements look like and notice to leave or vacate, I think are a net good thing. This is a pretty common practice in Connecticut, as others have testified already. We do not have any evidence that there are really significant issues outside of the normal, within bounds of expected times where there's issues and conflicts. But we do think making it even easier for that homeowner or that home renter to understand what their rights, obligations, and access points are would probably address most of your good faith concerns on this, Representative.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Pete. Any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your time, your advocacy. Obviously, you guys played a big role in getting this bill to where it is.
Thank you.
Next is Thomas Burr.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Thomas Burr, and I'm the Public Policy Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness. If you're unfamiliar with us, I have more information in my written testimony. I'm here today to talk about House Bill 5370, an act establishing a medical respite pilot program. NAMI Connecticut has been working in conjunction with many other advocacy organizations like the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness to end homelessness for the last 20 years. We care about this issue because 30% of people experiencing homelessness are people with mental health and or substance use conditions. My own son was homeless for a time when he was in the grip of a serious mental health condition, so this issue is personal to me. In fact, it is the reason I became active in legislative advocacy back in the mid-2000s. The good news is that after receiving proper treatment, he is doing great, working full-time, paying taxes, owns his own business as well as his own home, and is just doing great. People can recover from serious mental health conditions, but they cannot begin a solid path to recovery. They're homeless. House Bill 5370 establishes the 5-year medical respite pilot program in 4 cities in Connecticut that would provide supportive care to homeless individuals undergoing medical treatment. In addition to this pilot program, I urge the committee to also work with the Appropriations Committee to expand the existing network of peer-run respites from 1 to a total of 8, as outlined in my testimony before appropriations on the Department of Housing budget back in February 23rd. A peer-run respite is a voluntary short-term program that provides 24/7 community-based non-clinical, i.e. non-medical, mental health crisis support as an alternative to inpatient hospitalization. A respite is operated in a home-like environment by peer support specialists with lived experience with mental distress, crisis, and life-altering challenges. And I should mention peer support is recognized by the U.S. Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services as an evidence-based model of care. So we only have one. That's the Gloria House in New Britain. We really need to expand that network. So according to the Connecticut Coalition on Homelessness, Connecticut is facing both an urgent crisis and a long-term challenge. Since 2021, homelessness has increased 44%. Medical and peer-run respites can address the need for physical and mental health care and save money by keeping people out of more expensive crisis-based systems like inpatient hospitalization, jails, and prisons. Therefore, in conclusion, NAMI believes that people with mental health conditions should receive the help in the ways that best meets their needs. Homelessness is simply a symptom of a society where the public safety nets have failed, and as such, we're in favor of House Bill 5370, as well as in favor of investing $7 million towards the further expansion of the peer-run respite network. And I should also mention that I did poll our members, and of the ones who responded, 98.91% agreed that we should do this. So thank you for your time and attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Next, we're going to go back a quick little bit because I know he was on before and hopped off. Adam Bonoff.
Yeah, I couldn't actually listen earlier. The audio feed left.
Adam Bonoff, the floor is yours, sir. I think you're still, there you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay. I just wanted to thank all the Housing Committee members. There were a few different bills that I wanted to comment on. HB 5360 is the bill where basically they want to put the onus on landlords to not be able to screen sufficiently prospective people and that are prospective tenants. There's a lot of risk, obviously, in taking on a tenant, and it's very noble to obviously want to help people that are victims of domestic violence, but it's really you're probably looking at a very, very high risk tenant. And I think if the people who author the bill and the people that want to vote for the bill want to step up and say that they'll exonerate the landlord and cover any expenses from an eviction, I think that would be fair in a case like this, because I just don't think that it's really noble and to put that kind of onus onto any one particular individual. The next one was the act requiring the balances to balance the Fair Rent Commission. That's SB 334. I would like to see that happen. I think it would be fair and does make sense that it's not so one-sided. And I haven't, fortunately, not been in front of one of those boards yet, but from what I understand, it is very one-sided, and it would only be fair if if it was balanced. SB 335, requiring that you only charge for utilities if there is a meter. I don't think that that's necessarily fair, because not every setup has that and in the house, and it would be obviously very expensive. You can't always recover expenses. If you can't charge anything without the meter, it gets lost in the translation. Um, and HB 5367, I guess that's the squatter bill, basically, where somebody can just decide to enter your property and take over and claim residency, and the landlord in present condition would have to go through what could be an expensive process to have to go through evicting somebody, and there it should be an easier cut and dried way to they're not tenants, and so they really shouldn't have the rights of tenants. So I'm in favor of that bill. And that's really kind of where I wanted to leave it today, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bonoff. Any questions from members? Seeing none, we appreciate your perspective and your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have, oh my God, all the way back to 13, Zachary Oberholzer.
Hello, thank you. Thank you to the members of the Housing Committee. I know it's been a long day. My name is Zach Oberholzer. I am a member of People Friendly Stamford, a local safe streets, transit, and housing advocacy organization. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of SB, let me make sure I get this number right, SB 339, an act allowing long-term rental of bedrooms in a single-family home as of right. I think there's been a lot of testimony on this already, but to reiterate, I think property owners are the ones best positioned to understand their own financial interests and needs, and the ability to rent out single bedrooms in one's home will allow more people to gracefully age in place. It can provide supplemental income to help offset our high property taxes, while most importantly not depriving municipalities of the needed revenue to meet the public goods and services that they need to provide. I know this is also a major benefit to renters, especially people looking for cheaper options or even more flexible options. For example, my company, a lot of our student interns who are here for 3 to 6 months often have trouble finding full-length leases and more traditional rental agreements, but like something a lot of them do find the ability to rent a bedroom in a house is much easier for someone like moving across the country, across the state, especially because then those units are also usually furnished. I'll also briefly touch on, I haven't studied these bills extremely closely, but there's a slew of like anti-830G bills that are coming up to weaken 830G. I think they should all be put in the trash bin. I'll pick on Greenwich because I've looked at their data more recently, but the city of Greenwich has grown from about 59,000 people 50 years ago to 63,000 people as of, I think, like 2022. That's intentional, is the politest way I can put it. That is on purpose. That is by design. That has been engineered. Greenwich has 4 train stations. There's no reason there's not a bunch of big apartment complexes right next to those train stations, which would provide more tax revenue that we could use to build affordable housing. So I have no sympathy for any of these towns complaining about 830G. I don't see 830G as a burden towns suffer. Like 830G, someone comes in and builds you a bunch of housing, and on top of that, they're building you a bunch of affordable housing. I don't understand what's not to like about that. Most of the complaints are aesthetic or that, oh my God, there's too many people living in my small town. I have zero sympathy for this. And I don't understand why we would make it easier for these towns to avoid their housing obligations. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Any questions, Representative Corpus?
Hello, and thank you so much for your testimony. So I represent the town of Greenwich and city of Stamford, and there's really no engineering or planning going on to prevent affordable housing in our town. I don't know whether the assumption is that that happens at the first selectman's office or at the RTM, which is our legislative body, which has 230 people in it. But I can tell you, having lived there for 20 years, there's no engineering of that type going on. So I always, because I represent the good people of the 149th, always want to correct impressions of Greenwich because it takes a lot of potshots up here, and I don't think that they're warranted. We have 19.5% of our students on free and reduced lunch in Greenwich. We're a very, very diverse town. We have a Greenwich Authorities, which is an affordable housing, municipal housing authority that has completely affordable housing and is scheduled to put in hundreds of units over the next several years, specifically to preserve the opportunity for many, many people to live in town. So this is absolutely by no means personal, but I do feel that it's part of my job to really tell the story of Greenwich here, because there are a lot of misconceptions about our town. So you're welcome to respond, but thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Representative. Is
Can
there
I
a response, sir?
respond briefly?
Yep.
Yeah.
Continue.
Can I build an 8-story building next to the Greenwich train station? The answer is no. So that's design, that's zoning, that's engineering of the types of things that can be built. And I'll also say, I don't actually care if Greenwich builds affordable housing. I wish you guys would just build housing for rich people, because it would help affordability across the rest of the state and in Fairfield County, if you would just let rich people live in Greenwich. So you guys are half the size of Stamford. I suppose that's because no one wants to live in Greenwich. I guess there's no other reason more people don't live there. Can't think of a reason. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions from members? Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Next is Paul William Palmer Sr. It's a mouthful. The floor is yours, sir. Once again, Paul William Palmer Sr. Are you there? Carrie after you is our last one.
Here we go. Here we go.
There you go. Floor is yours.
Can you see me now?
We can't see you, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, anyway, I don't know why that. Let me see the button here. We go. Anyway, okay, I'll go. You have this. My name's Paul W. Palmer Sr. I'm President and CEO of Beam Cross LLC, which is a company that makes a little money and donates most of all of it. We donate to unwed mothers, behavioral health issues, and homelessness. I'm in support of Bill 5370 because it's a humane bill. It saves the state money. It's a win-win. It needs to be expanded into 8 respites. It's right now a pilot program of only 1. The financial cost is return on investment is, as a businessman, definitely better than just about anything I've ever seen. It will save hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, because of the cost of healthcare. We know that an inpatient stay can be $3,000 to $4,000, and this could be less than half of that. The reason I got involved in this isn't really a very nice story, but unfortunately 10 years ago, I was brought into a behavioral health unit involuntarily, and I was subjected to some of the worst treatment that you could ever see in your life. One flew over the cuckoo's nest looked like an 8-day spa treatment compared to what I got. No sunlight, no exercise, no fresh air, nothing to do. Nothing to do but be drugged and walk in circles. And so that's what I did. On the 3rd day that I was there, I said to myself, if you're not crazy going in this place, you will be going out. And I stand by that. Now, these respites will keep patients from experiencing that. And recently, I've actually been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress from that 10-year-old experience. Why do you want to traumatize patients when you have an alternative that's less expensive and it's more home-like? Now, I interviewed a nurse recently, and she said, yes, we know it traumatizes patients. And my question is, then why do you do it? But there is no answer because there's no other alternative. This is an alternative. It's viable and cost-effective. I can't see why the state of Connecticut would not fully fund it. I believe they're asking for $7 million more. This is what I call a no-brainer in business. You can see the benefits and there's no downside. Very few things in the state would have such a profound effect on the health of behavioral health patients as this. I would have loved to be able to go to a place like this than to be locked up and subject to chemical restraints for 8 days. So it would be the only alternative I could see that would be viable. And I thank you for supporting this bill. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your time and your perspective.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kelly Killam. Haven't seen you yet this year. Nice to hear from you. Floor is
Good
yours.
afternoon. Thank you for your time. I don't know if I just jumped on, so I apologize. I don't know if Senator Marks is in the room, but Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, and the members of the Housing Committee. My name is Kelly Killam. I'm a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association here today as a volunteer. Thanks for the opportunity to testify, and thank each of you for your dedication and service to the residents of Connecticut. I'm here today to speak in opposition of HB 5359, an act concerning provisions in residential rental agreements. The bill hurts tenants who need flexibility in their lease terms. It adds risk to landlords by discouraging written leases and limiting the ability to accommodate short-term leasing or managing seasonality here in New England. It makes it harder to address holdover situations and to encourage timely lease renewals and move-outs. It does not help tenants, and as noted, it doesn't help housing providers. It offers no clear path to increasing housing supply. It doesn't encourage development or incentivize property owners to remain landlords. As written, I cannot support it. I'm also here in opposition to SB number 337, an act concerning the property of evicted tenants. This proposal adds risk and cost to housing providers whose margins are already narrow. In today's market, increased costs are ultimately passed on, unfortunately, to the consumers, meaning this could jeopardize rent increases. It places landlords in difficult positions of assessing and handling a tenant's personal property, a role neither party wants us to be involved in, and increases conflict rather than resolution. I'm also here in opposition to HB number 5366, an act concerning municipal rights of first refusal. The bill does not appear to function as a traditional right of first refusal. It does not adequately account for costs incurred by a developer after the acquisition. But I do want to say that I'm not here just today in opposition of things. I'd like to express support for SB 332, SB 334, HB 5367, and HB 5368. In particular, I appreciate 5368, an act concerning deeply affordable housing. It highlights the estimated shortfall of 100,000 units and reinforces the importance of development across all income levels. Deeply affordable housing typically refers to units serving households earning 40% or less of the area median income. These communities are almost always fully occupied and operate with capped or closed wait lists. Focusing on the most vulnerable segments of the market is essential to identifying meaningful long-term solutions. And I appreciate the opportunity to share this perspective and respectfully urge careful consideration of the broader housing supply impacts as all of these bills potentially move forward. So thank you for my time today.
Thank you, Ms. Killam, for sharing that time with us. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your time. Ms. Carrie Rowley, you are the main event. The floor is yours. Take us home. Start by unmuting first, and then I think there you go.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting there. I'm literally at my home office desk and using my personal computer, so having a little bit of an issue with keep trying to grab my mouse instead of just using the mouse on my laptop. Good afternoon, Senator Marks, Representative Felipe, and members of the committee. My name is Carrie Rowley. I'm an analyst with Balfour Beatty Communities. I've been working in multifamily since 2009 as well. I'm also a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association. Our members do, of course, provide tens of thousands of apartment homes across Connecticut, including both small housing providers and large professionally managed communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 332, 333, 334, and in opposition to SB 337 and HB 5359. For SB 333 regarding advanced rental payments, I support it, but with some clarification. I think we need some clarification and updates to how the funds are held and processed. I do live in New London, and in southeastern Connecticut, we of course have a lot of military residents. They are deployed for long periods of time, 6 months or more, with limited access to even internet when underway. If they can only pay 2 months at a time, they risk eviction for non-payment because that's the way the laws work in Connecticut. With this update, they could prepay for the length of their deployment, giving them and us peace of mind while they are serving our country. For SB 332, for notice to parties before Fair Housing Commission, and SB 334, I also support both of those. SB 332 talks about the composition of the Fair Housing Committee and kind of spreads out the regional accessibility for smaller municipalities who aren't able to maybe necessarily have their own commission or don't have the resources for it. So I think that's a helpful one. SB 334. Oh, I'm sorry, I got them mixed up. That is the notification of rights in the scope of the commission's authority in writing before a hearing begins. And then 334 is the other one that talks about kind of the regional FRCs, as well as kind of equal representation of property owners and managers and tenants who are, they're representing, everybody's there representing their interests. So it gives kind of equal representation on those committees from both perspectives. SB, for the ones that I'm not in support of, that would be SB 337. We do not support, or I do not support the proposed updates to the bill surrounding property managers and owners required to hold belongings, particularly of evicted tenants and residents. We have concerns with determining the value of someone's personal property, how to dispose of it, and account for it when at a minimum we don't have any infrastructure to support the valuation and sale of someone's belongings. I just have one more sentence. Do you want me to just wrap up quick?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. And then for HB 5359, regarding provisions in the rental agreements, we do not support this bill. It changes the nature of a contract at a minimum. Contract has a beginning and end with specific terms and conditions. I use the example, I used to lease a car, and at the end of the contract term, I can't just keep the car and keep paying the same amount. I have to, at that point, I'm out of the contract, and I have to do something different to continue to keep the car and or pay for it. It is the same, it is very similar with a rental house or with rental property in that we, it's the end of a contract and and a lease is a contract term. So at that point, that's when we have the ability to say, hey, where are we going from here? So not really supporting it in its current form. But Connecticut does need policies that support both residents and the housing providers.
I gave you your run-on sentence.
Thanks. I appreciate
it. Any questions from members? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Sorry to cut you off at the end there.
Have a great day. No worries.
You too.
Thanks.
As we always say, today's a good day to have a good day, and today is over. So thank you, everybody.